Hello. I wanted to take a moment before the stream to wish everyone a happy Easter, happy Resurrection Sunday, happy Sunday, whatever today means to you. Irrespective of religious affiliation, I wanted to take a moment to be grateful for this life, for everyone to just pause and be grateful for the life that we have been given. If it's hard to be grateful for all of it, find one thing, just one specific thing, one person, one moment, because being grateful for one part of your life is being grateful for your entire life, right? Suffering is not the opposite of a gift, it is the gift. Embrace the fact that all punishments of God are gifts. Furthermore, you can't love deeply without having suffered deeply. You can't connect with people's pain if you've never felt your own. Be grateful for all of it, for all of your life, even the parts you wish never happened, and especially those parts. So I was kind of reading off, I wrote this tweet that I'm about to post right now. That's what I was kind of reading. If you just joined, I would say go back to the beginning and watch the first, I guess that was minute and a half of the stream. I'm going to pin a comment saying to come back to the beginning. Today's a great day to have a great day. It's also a great day to study quantum mechanics. I have to read the entirety of chapter 4 and prepare for my exam on Tuesday. As always, my name is Aidan Andrews. I'm an undergraduate student studying physics at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I'm in my third year. I do AI research, and I have an AI startup that is in the agriculture space that was founded by a professor and a couple other researchers who were doing research on AI in agriculture. I think that's it for the intro. I'm going to post this tweet and then, yeah. I made a great breakfast. That's why it's a little bit of a later start to today's stream. Bro, what? A little bit of a later start to today's stream because of that. I'm gonna actually just close this and make a new one. Okay, I'm just setting up my super safe display so that I don't leak all my life onto the stream. And I'm gonna turn on the music. Let me get this. Perfect. Alrighty. So I'm just gonna read along while I eat my breakfast. Can't really do practice problems while I read or while I eat. Okay. All right. I was posting this tweet and I just saw that Elizabeth Holmes reposted the Delve situation. This is like just absolutely ridiculous.
One of the co-founders?
Elizabeth Holmes, bro. I thought she was in jail. Wait, she is in jail. Retracted. I was about to read that message. It said, I know it's early or something. So I don't know what it was saying. Huh. I wonder how she's tweeting if she's in jail. Okay, let me start. I have a lot of work to do today. So there's no plan or no time to play around. If you want to see my breakfast, I'll show it right here. Look, doesn't this breakfast look absolutely insane? I have a steak, some eggs, mandarin, and some bread, and jam for carbs. Okay, let's get started. Let me know if I should mute at any time, cause my like while I'm eating, cause it could get like loud or something. I'm also eating with my hands, so it makes it much harder for me to do practice problems while I'm eating. Okay, it's much harder to eat it than I thought. Okay. So chapter 4 is actually going to be full of a lot of stuff. What time did you wake up today? I woke up around 6. 6, pretty much on the dot. I'm going to put my headphones on because I want to know if you guys can hear me eating or not. It feels weird. Because to me it's super loud because it's my mouth and I can hear it. The good thing is I kind of know the stuff from chapter 4 already from the homeworks. But I need to know more, obviously. Okay, I'm gonna turn the music up while I eat then, because I can clearly hear me eating. It's just kind of loud. Okay, let's see. What's up, Non-Blast? My mic is quiet just while I'm eating, by the way. Gotta get back to your research, yeah. I feel that, bro. Okay, where was I? Bro, what? What a monstrosity, bro. any tips to integrate well into a research group in undergrad, I'd say just be open to different perspectives and to try to learn as much as possible. Those are my main tips, I guess. But I mean, it's mainly about just like, as long as you're a good person, you should be able to fit in, and the other people are good people as well. If the other people aren't good people, then just have a lot of patience. Bro, this is actually going to be an annoying problem to do. I'm actually just gonna lock in for like a couple minutes, like an hour, and then I'll come back to chat after an hour. Should I put a Pomodoro timer on? So much work. I guess I should though. I'm gonna do 60 minutes. I'm gonna turn my mic even down more. What's good, Harsh? I'm hiding chat. I'm doing our lock-in, so lock in, y'all. I'm also gonna put on the classical music for this lock-in. Okay, I'm dropping my mic down even more. Even more. Bro, Legendre polynomials. Bro, is this English? Okay. I'm done eating. And so my mic will return to normal volume. I think I'll keep the music loud for now. I'm gonna follow this timer, so I still got 20 minutes left. But I had questions that I needed to ask the omniscient. Okay, so my questions were, my first question came, yeah, it's really convenient that I got to skip these sections. This section is really useless, the angular equation. I mean, okay, let's see where all my questions were. This all made sense. Spherical coordinates all made sense, I believe. There was one part though I was like a little confused. No, I understood all of this. But yeah, wait, I actually didn't really understand this. But, I don't have any questions to ask because I just don't understand it, really. Okay, so this boundary condition outside Oh, I did not know what this meant. What is an incompatible observable? Oh, because operators, yeah. I was thinking they were like just variables or something, but operators act on observables. Or, no, operators act on functions. And so you can't have if they don't commute, then the order of measurement matters. Okay, guess there was no other questions. I guess minus plus, like, I don't know what this is, bro. I don't know what the LaTeX is for minus plus. I see. Oh, it's just saying the raising operator. Yeah, it's saying raising first order, lowering with lowering, and then lowering first order with raising. I see. Okay. So now we were at spin. Okay, wait, I'll do it at the break, actually. Bro, he didn't even introduce spin. We're just looking at the commutators of the spin. Like, what is this as? Oh, S equals I omega, but that's not a quantum mechanics definition. chi equals AB. What are we talking about chi? A plus B. Isn't that... Wait, isn't chi supposed to be a 2x2 matrix? Why is it saying AB? Oh, because it's adding its vector addition. Never mind. It's really straightforward. Bro, why are we using the same variables? Bro, sigma x literally means something completely different 20 pages ago. Are we serious right now? Bro, how long is this chapter? Holy crap. As the eigenvectors of a Hermitian matrix, they span the space. They span what space? Hilbert space? Eigenspace? I don't know. verbose, dude. What is this? That's facts. Alright, I'm done. That's it. That's everything that needs to be read. Hey, Roberto. Okay, I need to go back and do the questions, but I don't have enough time for that by the next time. By the time this Pomodoro clock ends. So I need to go back and do 4.3 as the first question. Okay, let's end this Pomodoro clock. Hopefully no one was using it. I wasn't really using it in the first place. I just had it up there because I was eating breakfast and I was like muted my mic, so I didn't want people to think like, I don't know. Oh, the clock is messed up. How'd that happen? What? Oh, it's using the wrong time. I see. The clock moves. Whatever, just turn it off. Okay, let's take a look at chat. Not much. What's good, Harsh? What's good, Axel? What's up, kid? No chess today? I think the candidates has a break today, right? Oh no. It's on right now. Sindarov, Giri, who's playing? accidentally just reloaded textbook. What a drag. Yeah. Why is Hikaru streaming? Is he even in the tournament anymore, bro? Dude, look at Cinderov, dude. He's actually just rolling. That's incredible. He's just rolling this tournament. Wow, Kari, that's embarrassing, bro. Bro, Cinderov is winning right now against Anish. Bro, it's because Anish could actually win, but the problem is he has bad karma for stealing all the chess pieces. He's stolen all of the chess pieces in the candidates. Prague versus Fabiano. Wait, Hikaru's actually playing? Look how much he's down on time, and he's losing. Yo, 98.9 accuracy? Yo, who is this guy, bro? What openings did they play? D4, Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit declined. How do I flip the board? How do I flip the board, bro? Oh yeah, it's here. I actually don't know what this opening by black is. I don't know what that is. Brilliant. I've never seen a brilliant move that does not move the eval. Why is this a brilliant move? What? Wait, hold on, let me look. Takes. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, what is black supposed to do here? Oh, knight takes f3 check. I see. Wait, what? Wait, what? King h1 is best move? Oh, because you're threatening mate. I didn't see it. Why is this a brilliant move? Isn't this his only move? G6, f5. Bishop f5 is losing, yeah. Bro, okay. Stockfish is actually just saying anything's a brilliant these days. Hello, wait, bishop's trapped? C5? How'd you play c5? What about b6? Why is b6 losing? c5, oh c5, because you lose a pawn. Oh yeah, I see, okay, fine. Dude, okay, is every move just a brilliant move at this point? Like, come on. Also, what even are these moves? What does this accomplish? Wait, what is the problem with takes? Sorry, I'm not seeing it. Bishop B to B3? Wait, what? What do you mean bishop B? Oh, because you're threatening me? Oh, yeah, you are threatening me. Look at that. Queen E6. Bishop takes E6. Bishop takes E6. Rook takes D8. Rook takes D8. Bishop takes D8. Yeah, you just up. You have a queen for 2 bishops. Huh. Wait, where did Hikaru go wrong? Oh, I guess nowhere. It's only plus. It's only 0.4. Bro, 98% accuracy, bro. Another Queen's Gambit, bro. It's like the same position. Oh no, he took. Interesting. Wei is dominating in this game. 1.1, bro. What? Wow, this was a mistake. What is on my screen right now? So, yeah, I gotta watch that. I gotta watch the candidates. I can put on the candidates in a second. I thought they were taking a break today. What's up? What AI startup are you building? It's called Ag Answers. Will you stream tomorrow? Yeah. Different room? No. It's the exact same room I've always been in. Dude, I can't believe Elizabeth Holmes is tweeting from jail about Dell. Bro, Elizabeth Holmes can tweet from jail, bro. What? Dude, who does she think she is, bro? Bro, Twitter is unhinged, bro. This app needs to be nuked. Not responding to that, obviously. Okay, I need to change the thermostat. It's way too cold in this place. Okay, I'm back. Also got on my bike for like 30 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna take my headphones off. I don't need them right now. Alrighty, time to do some physics problems. Someone in the last video said W timestamps. My fault, bro. My fault, bro. I'm not good at timestamps, bro. It either requires me to go back and rewatch the whole stream, or what are we talking about? Or do it during the stream, and of course I don't do it during the stream because it's just too much work, bro. It's too much work, bro. I don't have the mental capacity, unfortunately. Okay, let's get my iPad. Let's get my iPad up here. Nice, nice. Let us begin. Okay, I kind of want music now. It's okay. Let's begin with. Let me push all this stuff out of my way. There's like a million Rubik's Cubes on my desk, and they're all in the way. Okay. Let's begin with problem 4.3. Okay. Problem 4.3 states, suppose, okay, suppose this becomes some constants A and A. We want E and V of R let's put this, let's go down here. Up here we have the two boundary conditions that V of R, oh no, just one boundary condition approaches 0 as R approaches infinity. Okay. 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 What is the way to do this? Here's E and V, but it's just gonna give me differential equation, I think. I mean, I could literally plug into this equation. Might as well just try it. Okay, let's try it. Let's just plug into this equation. We don't have any theta or phi dependence. So that's going to be 0, that's going to be 0, that's going to be non-zero. So we get 1 upon r squared, partial r squared with our function, which is going to give us a thing. What is it called? Product rule. Which is going to give us our product rule. We're going to have 2r a e to the minus r upon a plus r squared a e minus r upon a. So we're going to put r squared here, say a upon little a. And we're going to have r upon a minus r upon a. We can factor out the e. And we can factor out the a and the r. Okay, let's factor out an r, which is going to give us a 1 upon r here. And we're factoring out the a. 2 minus r upon a, and then this is e to the minus r upon a. Okay. And this is going to be plus. Let's write it like this, so that the negatives are easier to manage. With psi, we can factor out... Wait, what happened to our A over here? We can factor out an A and an E from both of these. Well, and they actually cancel. They actually cancel with the other side. So we just get E. Okay. So we have this equation. I don't believe I can solve this equation for both V and E. Thought it was going to be a differential equation, but it's not. I can also try this equation with R, because we do know R, like big R, it's just going to equal big R, R. So there's no theta, there's no Y. Y theta V is 1. But again, that doesn't really help us, and I believe we get the same exact thing. 1 by R. Hello? Too many sweats in academia these days? Possibly, bro. Okay, so, well, I guess we do know that as R goes to infinity, we can impose that condition. V goes to 0 as R goes to infinity. E, of course, no, that doesn't work. That becomes 0. But it really becomes 0 times infinity, which wouldn't work. V minus... I really don't know what to do here. Suppose blah 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 for constants A and A, find E and V of R. I imagine I'm doing this problem like correctly, right? I mean, how could this is the only thing I could possibly think of even doing. Yeah, it's exactly what I did. Equals 1 by A squared. Using equations 4.8 and 4.13. Del squared. No, this is just equation 4.14. This is just equation 4.14, bro. 1 by R squared. 1 by R squared, R squared. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, there's a second derivative? Oh, there's a second derivative. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm missing a derivative here. I'm missing a derivative. So I guess there is, okay. So let's just write the equation without plugging in first. So we'll have 1 by R squared. Write that better. Partial with R squared. And this is a partial of psi. Partial of psi with R. This is plus dot 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 0 plus dot 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 0. So both of those are 0. So let's just erase them. And then this is going to be with V psi plus E psi. Okay, and we know that these derivatives of psi are just going to be like ... with psi. So we could factor that out or now, but it's not worth it. This is an equal sign. Okay, so if we take this and we try to simplify it, we're going to get minus h bar squared by 2n. We know this is going to be product rule of 2r with partial psi with r plus r squared second partial of psi with r. And this is going to be plus v psi equals v psi. Right? 2r yeah. Okay. And then we can distribute this r, of course, now. So we don't have an operator anymore. You're just going to get 2 by r. This is not an r. Why would there be an r here? Okay. Now we can plug in psi. We're gonna leave psi. Okay, let me just write these out. I'll just write them here. D psi dr partial psi r is going to equal a by a minus big A by little a. And we're gonna have psi. Second partial of psi equals a by a squared psi. So plugging those in back into the equation, we have h bar squared upon 2m. This is first partial 2r. A comes out. A comes out. Just put it up here. So we're gonna have 2 upon r, 2 upon minus 2 upon ra plus 1 upon a squared psi. And of course the size drop. Of course the size drop, and we have h bar squared a upon 2m. I'm gonna make this like this so that it stays positive. Okay, how do we find E and V given this? If R approaches infinity, Oh, I see. Okay. So we take the limit. We're going to say E equals the limit as R goes to infinity of this. I'm not going to write all of that out. Equals minus h bar it's just going to be this, actually. But yeah, it's just going to be this. So the final thing that we get is h bar squared a upon 2ma squared. And then that means that v is just equal to this times that. So v is equal to minus h bar squared a, it's positive, h bar squared a. 2's cancel, you just get MRA. Okay. So that is I guess E we are assuming though that E is not a function of R. By taking that limit. So that might be a problem. Okay. Do the same for this function. Oh nah, bro. Okay, I'm not gonna say it's opposed. This is not a proof, so it's fine. We have psi. P of 0 equals 0. Oh, you know what? There's no A here. There's no A here. Because there's no A here. The A is in the psi. Because psi is A e to the minus R by A. So there's no big A. No, there's no big A. The product rule, bro. Okay. There we go. Wait, no. This is not right. This is right. Okay, so this is our thingy majiggy. So we still have this thingy. We duplicate that, bring it down here. So we're gonna put this as h bar squared upon 2m. Okay, oh no, let's get the better version. This one. Okay, so we get h bar squared. So you get minus 4. Okay, just don't confuse these. I really should have just dropped the size because it makes everything easier. I'm going to. Yeah, see how much easier this is to work with. Just delete these. Just use normal parentheses. Okay, so now we say that as a v, when r equals 0, v equals 0. So e of 0. Well, e shouldn't really be a function of r, but so let's just say, just plug in r is 0. You get 6, this is positive 3 a squared. So e equals 3h bar squared, m a squared. And v is going to equal divided by, okay, let me just write this out. So if v equals e plus all of this, which is 3 by a squared. We take out the m, we take out the h squared. Okay. We can distribute that. So we're gonna have 4, 2, we're gonna have 2 out here. What am I distributing? 1/2. Yeah, we're gonna have a 2 there, and we're gonna have a 3 here. Okay. Plus, minus. So this is our v. This is our v. We're going to have h bar squared r squared. There's going to be a 2 in front of that. Over n, 8 to the 4th. Nice. That is correct. Okay, this is not, we shouldn't write it like this. It's not really a limit. It's just not precise. All right. Yeah, that's it. It's an easy peasy question. 4.4, 4.6, and 4.7. So back to back to back. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a door. How important is solving problems for studying? I think very important, right? Studying is just learning how to solve problems, so probably need to be able to solve problems to study. Dude, my eyes are really heavy today. I'm like super tired. I know what I should do. I need carbs. Hold on. I'll be right back. I have a pear. Should be good carbs. What year of your degree are you in? I'm in my 3rd year. Are you having any competitors producing such content? What are you talking about? I don't have any competitors. I'm just studying to get a good grade in my class. There's no competition there. Okay. Problem 4.4. So once it's used equations 4.7, 4.28. I'm sorry, 4.27, 4.28, and 4.32. Okay, well, whatever, we'll go in reverse order. Or we'll go in normal order. Dang, bro. Why do we need the definition of the Legendre function? What a drag. Dude, what is this? It's actually setting up to be the most annoying problem in human history. I haven't even started it. Oh my gosh. Bro, are we even looking at this, bro? This is just ridiculous. It doesn't need to be. Okay, fine. I did it for the others. Okay. How did you get this idea? The idea to study? I have to study to get a good grade in my class. Okay. Let's construct y00, 0. And we can verify our answers. Wait, can you have a factorial of a negative number? Yeah, you can't have a factorial of a negative number. Wait, what is going on? Oh, m is 0 too. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Wait, bro. This thing is 0. Oh no, 0 factorial is 1. So you have 1 times 1. Okay, fine. One times 1 over 0, 1, 1, 2 root pi. Okay. We have 1 by 2 root pi. E to the 0 is 1. Legendre 0, 0 of cosine theta is 0 is 1, 0, that's 1, 0, that's 1. P of L cosine theta, P0 cosine theta is, no, I know this from E and M. P0 cosine theta is 1. Oh, I've already proved the answer. Oh, okay. Yeah, so P0 cosine theta is 1, which this, of course, equals 1 by 4 pi to the 1/2. Done. Oh, I need to prove that it's normalized. Wait, what does it mean for these to be normalized? It wants me to take the integral of all space. Yeah, but it's with respect to volume. Okay. So you have integral over all space, y squared d this thing. Okay. So let's make sure this is normalized. Y 0, 0, opposite value squared is equal to 1 by 4 pi. That is obviously going to equal obviously going to equal 1. Yeah, this equals 1 because that integral equals 4 pi. Or it really equals 2 times 2 pi. Okay. Next. Y 1, 1 at once? No, 1, 2. I imagine this one's gonna be much harder. Okay, we're gonna have 2, 3. 3 times 3 factorial, 6. 2 times 6 is 12. Divided by 4 is 3. Pi times 6. No. Oh, it's minus in the numerator. My fault. Wait, what? M? Wait, which one's L? Which one's M? Oh, M is the top. 2 minus 1 is 1. 3. We still have 3 over there. Wait. L is 2. Oh. No, we have 4, 5. We have 5. 5 by 4. Times 12. Times 3 times 2 is 6. 24. 5 by 24 pi. P12. Gonna be negative. Let's throw the negative out here. P of L what? P2 cosine theta. Oh, here there's a table here actually. Yeah, I'm using this table, bro. Negative 3 sine theta cos theta. Hold on, I'm not getting the same answer as this guy. Oh wait, I was looking at the wrong one. Plus or minus 1 with 2 is 15 over 8 pi. Wait, what? Three squared, 9. 9 times 5 is 45 by 24. Divided by 3. It's 15 by 8. Okay, yeah, I see. Yep, this is the exact same thing. We get minus 15 by 8 pi to the 1/2 e to the I theta sine theta. Let's make this smaller. Root 5 by 24 pi. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay. Checks out. So now we need to normalize it. Y1, 2 squared. We're just gonna do this one. Equals positive 15 by 8 pi. E to 2 I theta, but it's absolute value squared. The absolute value squared. So we're also gonna have 2. So these cancel and become 1. So we drop that. Sine squared theta, cosine squared theta. And for some reason, they want me to do this integral. I don't know why they want me to do this, why they would think I would ever waste my time doing this integral. We get 15 by 8 pi, sine cubed theta, cosine squared theta, d theta d phi equals, so we are going to get 15 over 4. And then 0 to pi sine cubed theta. Oh, well, we actually could do, no. Oh, well, we actually could say u is sine cubed, right? du is 3 sine squared. Oh no, because you're gonna have chain rule. It's gonna be annoying. Wait, will you have chain rule? It doesn't matter, it's gonna be annoying. So we're just gonna say this equals 1. Wow, how convenient. Wait, Loki can't equal 1 though. It's like not even possible. Loki must have made a mistake somewhere because this is not possible. The integral I have on my paper does not equal 1. There's no way. At least from what I can tell in my head. Let's go to trusty old Wolfram Alpha. Let's get a math input. Let's get double integrals. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, let's go to Mathway. It's a little bit easier to write double integrals in Mathway. Let's go to calculus mode. Let's get this integral from 0 to pi. Let's get another integral going from 0 to 2 pi. And let's get a 15 by 8 pi here. Let's get a sine cubed x, cosine cubed x, dx dy equals 0. Well, let's guess sine and cosine are orthogonal. Wait, I think my bounds are off. Wait, my bounds are wrong. This is pi. This is 2 pi. Nice. It equals 1 somehow. I don't know. It equals 1 though. My bounds are wrong here. Or let me just switch to these actually. It's easier. Okay, equals 1, nice. That's exactly what we wanted to prove. And now we need to prove that the two of them are orthogonal. What does that mean in this case? They are automatically orthogonal. Take this integral. Wait, why is his integrals flipped? Wait, isn't phi from 0 to 2 pi and theta is from 0 to pi? Check e to I theta? What are you saying? There's no e, it's absolute value squared, so the e goes away. Because it's e to I theta, e to I minus theta. So it goes away. There's no e. Yeah, the E drops out here. There's no E here. That would be the only place with e to the 2I theta. And it's phi, also not theta. This should be a phi, my fault. Should be a phi. Yeah, because if the absolute value is squared, you get e to I 2I phi, but you also get times e to minus 2I phi, because there's an imaginary number. So you have to take the complex conjugate, and then they drop out. It's like just 1. So it goes away. But the problem is that, yeah, I don't know why he wrote his integrals this way in the textbook, with the bounds in that order, or with the bounds in that order. But yeah, phi is from 0 to 2 pi. So we want to say this is delta L prime, delta M prime. So let's do this. Let's take this integral. We have 0 to 2 pi. We have 0 to pi. We're going to have y 0, 0. Oh, it's just the normal functions. Oh, wow, this is going to be trash. Okay, so we have 1 by 4 pi to the half. And then we have, this is going to be negative all the way out here. We have 15 by 8 pi to the half e to I phi sine squared theta cosine theta d theta d phi. And we want to show that this equals delta L prime. So delta 0, 1. Oh, sorry, this is a complex conjugate? Oh, but it's good. It's good that we have complex conjugate of the function that does not have, is not complex. Easy. Can we do that? Yeah, I can do that. Nice. Easy peasy. So we're taking L to be 0. Okay, we're saying M equals L equals 0. M prime equals, wait, is it 1? Yeah, M prime equals 1. L prime equals 2. So we have delta L prime, delta 0, 1 times delta M prime 0, 2. Delta 0, 1, delta 0, 2. But wait, are they just going to equal 0? Yeah, this equals 0. Okay, so we don't care about the negative sign because we just need to prove that they equal 0. And so if they don't equal 0, it won't matter if there's a negative sign or not. So let's split up these integrals. These constants will also drop out. We don't care about them. All we care about is these two here. 0 to 2 pi sine squared theta cosine theta d theta. And we have 0 to pi. 0 to pi. No, I keep doing that. E to I phi d phi equals 0. Okay, so this obviously equals 0. Yeah, it's equal to 0. this also equals 0. So we check it off. They're orthogonal. Check that off. And this is our answer here, and this is our answer here. Okay, nice. We are done with 4.4. Now on to 4.6 and 4.7. These questions are actually not bad. NGL. I'm gonna take off the battery from my loop. What's going on?
Who is that?
Let me lock in. Holy crap. Information consumption. How do I information max? I need to information max. How to get more information into my brain right now. Tutorial. Let me look up a tutorial, hold on. Bro, why is quantum physics so easy? Has anyone figured that out yet? Doesn't quite make sense. Can someone explain why the Lumineers are so talented? Doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's take this pillow out. I'm surprised no one's commenting how I'm not wearing a suit today. I need to put my clothes in the laundry after I'm done with questions 4.7, 4.8, and oh no. Wait. Oh, after 4.6 and 4.7. I need to put my clothes in the wash. Alright. So let's do 4.6. Using equation 4.32. I think this is the same. Yep. I have it here already. Using equations 4.32 and footnote 5. What is footnote 5? Okay, we need to prove. Bro, why is this class like so many proofs? Negative ML? What? Okay, what is footnote 5? Footnote 8, footnote 7, footnote 5. Some books, including earlier. Okay. What happened to this? Okay, let's prove this. So consider wait, hold on. Y to the negative m. Oh, I guess we can just plug it. Wait, can I do that though? I guess I'm proving this anyways, so yeah, I guess I can. Y to the ml. Okay, wait, first of all, I'm gonna do this first. No, I'll do this first. Okay. So y to minus m L theta comma phi. For some reason, I feel like this question is really easy. Okay. Okay. So we do have an issue here though. Root, we can't get this root here. Maybe we can factor it somehow. Yeah, we can multiply it by a constant. Well, it's not a constant, but to make it equivalent. And then we can factor that out. It's gonna be hard though. We're pretty close. We just need to prove... Oh, I guess actually we know exactly what we need to prove. It is enough to prove this. All we need to do is prove this smaller statement. So we have this accounted for. This is accounted for, this is accounted for, this is accounted for. This is half accounted for. So the problem is that we need to account for this discrepancy. So it is enough to show L minus M factorial by L plus M factorial times the square root equals this. This is all we need to prove. And then we'll have a complete proof. So let's work through this. So I'm gonna get the original one, I don't know. Just this. Let's write it like this. Okay. Let's just collapse like terms. Oh, this is exactly what we want. Oh, plus 1 in the denominator. Yeah, done. We're done. We're done. This is it. This is the solution. Boom. Equals. Let's write it exactly how it is. Let's write it exactly how we want it to be. Thought I was gonna have to do some like fancy equivalent substitutions or something, but it was much, much easier than that. Okay. Okay, that collapses down to this. Let's rearrange to make everything look good. We keep this. And we keep this. Write it above. This is just y l star. Yeah. That's all I need to do, right? Dang, bro, these questions are pretty chill. My mouth is telling me it's about to die. How long has Big Bro been locked in? Like 10 minutes. I mean, the stream, we're 3 hours and 13 minutes into the stream, but I just took a break. W intro. Thanks, bro. Oh, there's a lot of messages in chat. Oh, dang, I really missed all of these. What's up? Yo, dude. I got tons of exams and I can't seem to study. Got any tips? Well, think about what you want out of these exams. If you want to get a good score, then you have to study. There's kind of no other choice. I mean, think about how stressed you're going to be on the exam, how bad it's going to feel. I mean, this shouldn't be the root of your motivation if you do poorly on the exams, but think about why it is that you want to do well on the exam, and I mean, that conviction should be able to hold you accountable. My goal was to go to the NBA, right? That's what I'd be thinking about when I'm training to play basketball, right? I'll be like, sure, this one practice might not matter, but I'm trying to go to the NBA, so if I do well this practice, that's one step closer to me getting to the NBA. And if you think about it like that, I mean, you have no other option but to try your hardest in that practice. It's just a simple analogy. How do you get a research opportunity at another school as an undergrad? I applied this website right here. I looked up NSF REU, and there should be like a way to search them. Search. I went to, where's the website? Oh, here. Yeah, this is exactly what I did. I went to this website and I clicked research area. I said computing. Location. I chose California. I chose Massachusetts. I chose Illinois. And I chose New York. Okay, and then I went through these. So Cal State, Staten Island, Harvey Mudd, RIT, Syracuse, UCSD, UIUC. Okay, so this is one I would actually consider applying to. Machine learning and artificial intelligence practices at UIUC. Another one at UIUC, machine learning models. That's pretty cool. UMass Amherst, Rochester. Yeah, so it is late. It's April, so a lot of the stuff is gone. But when I went through this site, I think I went through in like November of the year prior, and there was so many opportunities on here. They had like MIT, Berkeley, Stanford. No Stanford. Sorry. Wait, they might not have even had MIT, but they had Berkeley and like other strong schools. I don't remember. And I applied to the Berkeley one only, actually. Yeah, like this is a great opportunity here, it looks like. Oh, Center for Digital Agriculture. I work here. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, you should definitely do this one. Apply to this one, dude. What do they give you? They probably give you a stipend and housing. Yeah, stipend. You receive $7,000. That's more. That's a lot. It's a decent amount of money. Program will pay for and arrange housing. Program will cover costs for 1 meal per day. Oh, that's it. That's bad. 1 meal per day is bad. Berkeley gave us 3 meals a day. Travel. They cover your flights, though. That's crazy. So it's like, bro, this is why RU is so goated, bro. They pay for your flights, they pay for your housing, and they give you $7,000 cash. Like, bro, that's crazy. 1 meal a day is not that good, but it depends on what dorm it's at. Some of the dorms will let you eat 3 meals a day, even if you only have one. Like if you're at any private certified housing on campus, you automatically will be able to eat like pretty much 2 to 3 meals a day, no matter what. Yeah, like I did a REU and I had 2 jobs alongside doing the REU. But I was also working like a million hours a week. Like I literally worked all day, every day. But I think you have to be a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. I think some visas count as permanent residents. I don't know. Yeah, bro, you should apply to this, dude. This seems like a great opportunity. I would literally apply to this. If I wasn't graduating and if I needed another research experience like this, I would apply. Dude, I could actually, like, if you apply to this, like, I'd know everyone at CDA. I don't know. I don't think I could have any pull on if you get in or not, but... I mean, I'm very well connected to the CDA. But they have other ones, like Cal State's pretty good. Yeah, 7,000 stipend, on-campus food and housing. Dude, these programs are such cheat codes. That's why I'm so grateful that I applied to one. What is this one? This is NCSA. I also am employed by NCSA. That's hilarious, bro. $700 a week stipend. Oh, over 10 weeks is $7,000, yeah. Oh, application closed already. Yeah, those are great experiences. Look at me, I'm putting you guys on the game, bro. Studying smart is more important than studying hard. I would agree. Yeah, set a timer on your breaks. That's a good idea. How are you doing today, sir? I'm doing well. How are you? Any tips for not getting burnt out? I think you won't. I don't know. I think burnout kind of stems. There's always a deeper root cause to burnout. I don't think burnout is a byproduct of working hard. I think burnout is a byproduct of working hard without strong convictions. If you motivate yourself by forcing yourself to do something, then I feel like you are more likely to feel burnout at some point. But if you motivate yourself by understanding your root desires and why it is you set out on the journey to complete whatever it is you want to complete, you're much less likely to suffer from burnout. I personally have not really ever dealt with burnout, so I also am a bad person to ask about this. I, of course, have survivorship bias. I'm going to say, the methods that I employ will help with burnout maybe, but that's probably not even true. I just am fortunate enough to never really deal with that. But yeah, I would say just evaluate your root desires, why it is that you are studying in the first place. And those convictions, I would hope, are strong enough to motivate you even in times that you don't want to study or want to do something. Mainly AW intro. You got 9 more hours. I have 7 more hours. Thanks, man. Was your first research position difficult? I would say so, yeah. Did you feel like you belonged there doing research? Well, it's an interesting question. I actually think the answer is not as simple as you may think intuitively. I mean, if I evaluated my peers in their competency and then mine, the argument could be made that I didn't belong there, right? If you just looked at things on paper, because I was the only undergrad. Well, there was like one other undergrad. Well, actually, when I first joined, there was no other undergrads. There was no other undergrads working with us. and everyone else was PhD or master's students. So of course, comparing myself as a first-year undergrad against these PhDs and master students who have been doing research since their first year of undergrad would be an unfair comparison. So I never really even looked around and had those thoughts, because I knew they would not, they had no merit, right? Look, comparing myself to people who have substantially more experience than me doesn't make logical sense. And then the sense of belonging, I mean, that kind of, there isn't, yeah, I don't know. I think everyone belongs in every situation that they find themselves in, right? I was a first year student trying to get into research, just starting out, so of course I felt like I belonged there. I belonged researching and learning for the first time, being exposed to these things to build skills so that I would become someone who belongs in that position, right? So the question wasn't like, do I belong here right now? It's, am I positioning myself to belong here in the future? And if the answer is yes to either of those questions, then I would say overall you belong in that position. So I think the question, and to ask yourself the question, do I belong here doing this research, having this opportunity, is not net beneficial. And deeper questions that are more practical should be answered. Am I working towards becoming a person that belongs in this situation? Am I bettering myself every day so I can take advantage of this situation? That's an even better question, is am I working towards taking advantage of this opportunity rather than do I belong in this opportunity? Like, belonging is such a subjective word that I feel like it couldn't ever have any value in anything, really. So I would say ask yourself if you're taking advantage of the opportunity, not if you belong in it. It's much better. It's a much better framing of the question. How do you even get a benefit from doing this? From doing what? Talking about quantum physics? What'd you do? Sorry, I don't know how to read. What did you do at your first research position? I did AI research. Happy Resurrection Sunday. Happy Resurrection Sunday indeed. I can't code. I've done one intro to computer science course. Can you hook me up, big guy? I don't know what you want me to hook you up with. Obviously can't teach you how to code. I can't teach you CS. But when I had done one CS course, that was my freshman year, when I took my first CS course, I continued and took another CS course and did some projects on the side and just tried to learn as much as possible, and that led me to where I am today. Get so much money from tuition, they can just throw out money for research. Well, that's actually not true. Usually the pool for tuition money is specifically allocated for reinvestment in the school, and that's strictly handled by whatever board or financial officers work at the school. And they're very, very strict what happens to the money from tuition. Now, the money that does fund these research programs sometimes comes from endowments, or especially at public universities, investments from the government, and then at private universities, obviously private investment. They still get some public investment from the government and their state and stuff, but I think a lot of the private schools get research funding from private donors. So when you have a research position typically and you're getting paid, that money more often than not comes from specific donations for that research initiative. So they usually don't have just tuition money to throw around, because they're very, very strict. Not because they don't have enough tuition money, but because they're very, very strict with how they allocate the tuition money. Endowments and funding and direct donations are much more lenient than tuition funding. Tuition tends to be very conservative. All the research positions I have had have been directly funded by either the government or private donors. Like, entirely, all of the positions that I've had. Tuition usually goes to stable costs, like professor salaries. Those are stable and constant, pretty much year over year. Renovations, reinvestment into the university, stuff like that. Not qualified to be in the chat. Well, thankfully, there's obviously no qualifications to be in this chat or anywhere in this ecosystem. The government probably donated. Yeah, they probably did. That's why there's like a substantially lower amount of RAU, NSF opportunities and public government funded opportunities these coming years, because funding to education and to public universities has been dramatically cut in recent times. So you got to look. So a lot of the opportunities now are just strictly from private donors. Yeah, I actually know someone who had like their scholarship cut because of government funding, and then they also got their internship. They had an internship for the next summer, or like a research opportunity for the next summer, and that also got cut. Like the whole program folded because the government defunded all these programs. Or I don't know if they defunded, but they refused to fund the programs again. But they figured it out and they found another opportunity. Put in a good word for me for that research. I just finished Intro to Java. I'm cracked. No, I will. I'll put a good word in if you apply. Absolutely. Yeah, I think actually they just proposed a new bill. Or they just proposed a new spending plan. Like 2 minutes. Oh, this is 2 minutes ago. This PDF came out 2 minutes ago. It's 92 pages, so I'm probably not going to read all of that. But I heard on the news that they were cutting funding again to research, into schools, like to education. Let me see if I can find the exact figures that I'm referring to. Okay, I gotta look on something else. Hold on, I'm going to tell you exactly how much the proposed bill cuts funding to. The biggest is cutting funding to agriculture. It's actually going to have implications on my business. Like, the school funding doesn't matter anymore for me because I'm graduating, but the... Yeah, 19% cut in the Department of Agriculture. No, these are not. Yeah, I can't find it. I had it this morning, but I don't know what I was looking at. I can't find it anymore. Oh well, doesn't matter. Okay, I'm turning my music back on and I'm gonna start this problem again. I need a year before even thinking about research. I bet you could probably get started now if you want to, but it could be smart to wait a year. I'm from a third world country, so I don't know how it works in the USA or such countries, but is studying up until master's or PhD and committing to research full-time enough to make a living? Okay, wait, let me see. Well, nothing is guaranteed to give you enough to make a living. I mean, you could pursue the most advantageous opportunities and still get the short end of the stick, or live in an area with a high cost of living. And then also, what does it mean to make a living? How much money? How do you quantify making a living? So it is kind of an ambiguous question, but I would say generally studying up until a master's or a PhD positions you to be on the right side of statistics. I think it's like 80% of millionaires in the country have an undergraduate degree. I don't even know what the statistics are. I don't want to make anything up off the top of my head. But you can look up the statistics. If you have a master's or a PhD, you're more likely to make more money than your undergraduate counterparts or your non-graduate counterparts. Now, committing to research full-time actually can be counterproductive a lot of the time. So having a master's or a PhD positions you very well, but committing to research full-time can have adverse effects depending on what type of research you're getting into. And research is highly dependent on funding. So if funding gets cut for your program, if funding doesn't continue for your research initiative, right, you won't have any money to continue and you won't make any money at all, actually. Did you get paid well at your first research position? Yeah, I think I've been paid considerably well at all the positions that I've had. I'm thankful for all of them. Nearly 9 out of 10 millionaires have a bachelor's. Yeah, I think that's the case. I would have to look at the actual statistic too. I know this statistic exists, but I mean, how many millionaires did they sample? Was it truly a random sample? Is their data set representative? Right? These are generalized claims, so there has to actually be really, really strong correlation. 88% of millions have at least an undergraduate degree. 52. Yeah, well, looking at the percentage of millionaires that have a master's or doctoral degree, I don't think is the most beneficial statistic to have, because just generally less people have master's or doctoral degrees. I think the better statistic would be to look at average salary of someone who has an undergraduate degree versus average salary of somebody who has a master's or doctoral degree. I think those numbers would be much more revealing about the benefit of master's or doctoral degrees. Although I've never seen, I don't know any of these stats off the top of my head, so I really don't know. 13 to 17 classes left and no research experience, even though I'm thinking of grad school. I'm low-key cooked. There's no such thing as being cooked, bro. If you're cooked for one opportunity, it means you're well positioned for another. According to Perplexity, pretty sure engineering degrees produce the most millionaires. It's possible. I don't know. I'd have to look at the stats. Okay, so let's use equation 4.32 once more to do this next problem. The last problem was easy, bro. I thought it was going to be so tedious when I saw all these equations that we were using, but it was really straightforward. Okay, so we're using 4.32, find LL and 2,3. You can take P23 from table, but you have to work out LL from equations 2.7 and 2.8. I also have 2.7 and 2.8 written up here. Okay, here's all of our equations that we'll need. So LL where m equals L of theta and phi is going to equal 0 factorial, so we'll have 2L plus 1 by 4 pi. 2 factorial is just 2, so we have 8 pi L factorial. And this is all under the root. Bro, why is my root so bad right now? All under the root, e to the IL phi. PLL cosine theta. Wait, why do I need to use the thing? Why can't I just go like this? It wants me to find the closed form. Okay, fine. So we'll actually write out PLL is minus 1 to the L, 1 minus x squared. Oh, this is of cosine theta. Oh, what a drag, dude. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm writing this here. Okay, let's write this separately. PLL cos theta equals negative 1 to the L. Minus cosine squared theta to L by 2. Let's just take this partial. So you're gonna have the Lth derivative. Oh, x is cosine theta. Oh, dude, what an actual drag. D cosine theta. Okay, let's continue expanding this. All of this is just going to get copied, actually. Wait, should I do d theta? No, I can't do d theta. X equals cosine theta. How do you take a derivative with respect to cosine theta? Whatever, okay. We're just going to have 1 by 2 to the L. There's L factorial. And this is L factorial. Oh look, you get minus 1 to the L. 1 minus cosine theta. L plus 2 is 3L plus 2. Negative 1 to the L is negative 2L. Is L an integer? If L is an integer, then negative 1 to the 2L just becomes 1. L's an integer, right? It says in the textbook, probably. Yeah, L is an integer. So no matter what, it's going to be positive 1. So this goes away. So this is P of LL, so Y of LL theta phi equals this nonsense times this nonsense. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's YLL. What question is this? This is 4.7. Wait, what? Oh, that's pretty nifty. That's pretty nifty. Alright, so apparently my fault, my concha. Yeah, those are yeah. That statistic makes sense, Nahi. I'm sorry, my concha. I'm sorry I'm not enough for you, bro. Alright, apparently I'm supposed to do this question differently than I did it. Which is so annoying. So I have to delete all of this. Okay, so apparently it's easier to keep it like this of x, and then we can plug in the cosine theta later. Okay, let's simplify this probably. Yeah, we have -1 to the 2L again. We have 3L by 2 here. Delete this. He didn't do this though. We have 2L here. This drops out. It's fine. We should get the same final answer, even though I do it a little bit differently. Okay, now this is the nifty trick. Notice that x squared minus 1 to the... Oh wait, no. I have to keep it separate. I have to keep this because we have to use this cool nifty trick. X. Oh, and wait, isn't D operating on that? Oh, I'm stupid. You can't do any of this stuff that I just did. This is an operator. I can't just move an operator around. They're not commutable. Especially not DDX. Definitely not commutable. Okay. This is x to the 2L plus x to the L dot dot dot. It doesn't matter. All terms lower than exponent 2L. Okay, so the nth derivative of x squared minus 1 to the L equals the nth derivative of x to the 2L plus DL just a 0 equals, wait, do I have a 2L? Oh, this derivative is applied on the Legendre. Wait, why do I have a PL of x here? Yeah, and this is a constant. This is a constant, so pull it out of the derivative. This moves here, this goes here, and then now these can be combined because the constant can be pulled out and you have a function of x here. So 2L, this is to the 2L. Let's just leave it like this, D. I'm just gonna actually write it like this. It's fine. This is not gonna be to the 2L. So the 2Lth derivative equals n factorial equals L factorial. To L factorial. Okay. This uses this property here. D dx to the n, x to the n equals n factorial. And that's how we get this. Okay, so now we plug this back into the original PLL x. We still have all of this. Times 2L factorial. Minus 1. Wait, what happened to the, no, yeah, you still have it. 2L factorial, 2L factorial, 1 minus x squared to L by 2. Okay. So plugging that back into the original equation, we are given that theta comma phi equals, duplicate this part, and then duplicate this part. Oh, this is sine. Yeah, because it's 1 sine squared theta. Because 1 minus cosine sine squared. Okay, so sine squared theta. Oh, and then there's a 2. So this just becomes sine to the L. That's it, bro. That's it. That's all I'm writing. I'm not writing anything else. That's our final. He's now wearing a suit. They were rentals. Yeah, my suits were rentals, bro. Oh, nah, bro. Yeah, I pay to rent my suits on a weekly basis. That's the first person that says he's not wearing a suit. But I'm doing my laundry, and it's Sunday. Well, I'm actually not doing my laundry yet. I should be. I'll do them after I'm done with this question, actually. Because then next I move on to angular momentum, which has 7 questions. Just ridiculous. Okay, now we want y23. I'm not rewriting these equations, so I'm just gonna take them. 4.32. Okay, we have root 2L. Wait. Which one's L? L is 3. M equals 2. Right? Okay, L is 3, 6 plus 1, 7. L minus M, 3 minus 2 is 1, 1 factorial is 1, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 factorial is 20, 60, 120, 4 times 120 is 084, 480, 7 by 480, I don't think that can simplify. We have 7 by 480 pi. Does 7 go into 480? I don't think so. $490. 7 goes into 490. Yeah, so it can't go into 480. And 7, of course, is prime, so it doesn't simplify at all. This is M, so 2I phi. hope I got that right. What was L plus M is 5 factorial? Yeah, 120. Yeah, that's good. So we want P23. This is this. Here, let me write this out. Okay, but I can put 15 squared, which is 225, which is 225 times 7, which is 225 times 7, which is 1575. 1575 by 480 is 1575 by 480. Give me an integer, please. Nope. Or simplify it, actually. I know it's divisible by 5 at least. 115 over 96. Hopefully that's right. 105 by 32 to the 1/2 sine squared theta cos theta e to the 2I theta. Wait, why is my fraction wrong? Hello? Hello, why is my fraction wrong? Do I not know simple mathematics? The Zetamac has not been paying off, bro. You put 575? Where? Here? Wait, where did I put 575? What happened? 1575 by 480? You're saying I put... Oh, 105 by 32. Okay, good. My math was right. The Zetamac has been paying off. Thank you. Good catch, bro. Bring the suit back. No suit equals no light. My man getting roasted for being comfy. My fault, y'all. I know. I need to uphold my character. Wait. So did I get the answer right? Yeah, I think so, right? 105 by 32 to the 1/2. I guess I can write it in the same notation as them. Nice. So I did it. And did it want me to do anything else? Which question is this? This is 4.7. Maybe check that they satisfy the angular equation. Oh, nah. What is 4.18? Bro, are we dead? Are we dead? Sine theta, partial theta. Dude, why would they make me do this ever? Maybe they hate us. Maybe Griffiths hates me and wants me to die. My brain might actually explode or actually implode or anything, any of these words, any of these verbs. Bro, are we dead? There's no way the solution manual does all this. No, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Look, this is what they want me to do. I'm not gonna lie, bro, like, I ain't doing all that. This is what they want me to do. Let B equals this, so blah 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 equals that. Taking second derivatives of this nonsense. No. Simple algebra, yeah, it's true. It's pretty straightforward algebra. Just plug those into this and do that. No, it really is simple algebra, but it's so tedious. Like, why would I want to waste my time doing that? Griffiths would say it's utilizing your time. I would say it's wasting your time. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I need to do my laundry. I didn't know I'd get through this chapter so quickly. Yo, go follow me on Instagram. I'll bet there's 50 people here. Go follow me on Instagram. Please. I'm shameless. I want more followers. It's the only platform I care about how many followers I have. I guess I don't really care, but it just looks cooler to have more, I guess. It literally will not affect my life. I just think it looks cooler. Hold on. Where to get suits in the United States? The store. No, there's plenty. It depends on your price range. Without a price range, I can give you recommendations for a decent amount of price ranges, actually. Anyone here doing a master's? Hey, what's up? Do you think there is a multiverse? I think it's plausible. Doing Laplacian and spherical coordinates is incredibly cringe. Oh yeah, it is. My roommate last year was a physics major. Too much homework. Yeah, it's a lot, bro. With my multivar calculus course, yeah, multivar calculus can be a headache. What app are you using? Is it better than GoodNotes? I'm using Notability. I have no idea if it's better than GoodNotes or not. Are you reading or doom scrolling? But it's subscription. I don't pay a subscription, bro. They keep telling me to pay. Look, everywhere I go, it's like upgrade, work together, or something. I don't know. Everywhere I go, they just tell me to upgrade. Like every time I try to do something, they say upgrade. It's locked. Upgrade. Yeah, I don't know. It's $7.99 a month, apparently. AI. Bro, how's everyone selling AI? Note take. This is a note app, like writing app, like a whiteboard. Imagine a whiteboard is trying to sell you AI. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, so I don't pay for that. I just is that cashmere? No, this one's not cashmere. This is alpaca something. Oh, I don't have the tag on it. Oh yeah, I do. It is, I can't read it. It's something I don't know. How about mid to high price range? Mid to high price range, I would recommend this brand called Proper Cloth. That's a pretty mid price range for suits. If you want a little bit of a lower price range, you could try J. Crew. If you want a higher price range, you could try Ralph Lauren. If If you want an even higher price range, you go with something like Brunello Cucinelli. Todd Snyder is also good, although I don't think they specialize in suits. And those are pretty much all the brands I have. Besides for Brunello Cucinelli. I don't have Brunello Cucinelli suits. But Proper Cloth is probably the best mid-price range suit, I think. Do in your bachelor. We don't do bachelor thesis in the U.S., or at least at my school. I don't know about the whole U.S., but yeah, we don't do bachelor thesis. So you just have to, for a bachelor's degree, it's literally just courses. You take a certain amount of courses and you graduate. Like, I can show you my degree audit. I can literally, I'll pull up my degree audit right now. I can show you exactly what is required to graduate from university, or the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, as an undergraduate student studying physics. Degree audit, generate an audit, run declared programs. Alrighty. So this is 0405. Yeah, that's today. So this is my degree audit. This is everything that goes into my graduation. So summary of courses in progress, required courses, flexible courses, all these are complete. And of course at the bottom you will find the summary or something, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Somewhere in here you'll find some summary telling you that I can graduate. And so that is how you graduate from Illinois. You just take courses, that's it. I have a minor and like a James Scholar contract, but neither of those are required to graduate. I just did those for some reason. Wait, how did... Degree information? Oh. Yeah, so this is what I'm gonna get. Do I iron my shirts? No, like pretty much never iron my shirts actually. This is my graduate application. Or like to application to graduate, not to graduate school. major physics, minor mathematics, computer science. UIUC, Granger College of Engineering. It's a Bachelor's of Science. Fantastic, isn't it? Convert text and math to LaTeX? What are you talking about? Wait, they do that in this? Where's the thing? How do I do it again? How do I upgrade? They convert it to LaTeX? Oh, that's kind of sick. But you know what else can do that? Is screenshotting and pasting into ChatGPT, which doesn't require me to purchase a new subscription. But that is kind of sick. Do you iron your shirts? My shirts are all pretty much all Lululemon, so I don't have to ever iron them. Super goated. But I'm gonna go put my laundry in the laundry machine. So I'll be right back. Okay, I put my clothes in the washing machine. I rode my bike for a little bit, and I stretched my back. What kind of AI startup are you building? An agriculture one. Where do you get cardigans? Not from Proper Cloth. I don't have any cardigans from Proper Cloth. The closet that I'm looking at right now has Ralph Lauren, COS, which is COS, Massimo Dutti, which is European. I don't really wear Massimo Dutti though anymore. J. Crew, Todd Snyder, Bulgari, I believe, and that looks like that's about it. I'd say 90% of my clothes are from Ralph Lauren. No, not 90. 60% of my clothes are from Ralph Lauren and COS. No. Ralph Lauren and J. Crew. I don't know. A lot of clothes, but those are the brands generally. And then everything else in my entire wardrobe is Lululemon. All the pants I wear, like even the pants I wear with my suits, all Lululemon. All the shirts, the button-up shirts I wear are all Lululemon. My underwear and socks will be like whatever brand, doesn't matter. And then my ties, I have a Banana Republic tie, a Ralph Lauren tie, and then I don't even know what the other brands are. I got a lot of my ties from my dad though. I would just like gradually steal more and more ties from his wardrobe. Do you rock penny loafers? I wear these. These are my main shoes right now. They're just some Burberry shoes. I don't know what to call them. And then these were what I wore all winter. My Alexander McQueen's. And then I have a pair of Lacoste shoes, but they're literally destroyed. And then these, bro, these are so fire. My Birkenstocks, what I'm wearing right now. I wear my Birkenstocks all day, every day, if I can. Dang, bro, we just went through my whole wardrobe. That's crazy. And then I have a bunch of recenter clothes from my mom and dad. They both had businesses, and they both have apparel. They both have apparel lines, and so I wear like all of their stuff sometimes. Alexander McQueen's, yeah, they're fire. I wanted some Mason Margielas. Those are fire, but they're out of my price range, bro. But we get Lululemon for really cheap. That's why all my stuff is from Lululemon. And then also, they used to sponsor me, kind of. Or just they'd give me 25% off all my purchases because I was an athlete. Like if you play college sports or something, you get 25% off on all your orders. I don't know if they're gonna, if that's gonna expire though, because I don't play for the university anymore. So I might have to hurry up and buy some clothes before they take it away. Can you buy from your parents' apparel? Neither of them sell anything online, which I've been trying to get them to do. But I mean, to be fair, most of their market is not online, so you probably wouldn't be able to buy it unless you lived in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. But they're not like they don't own clothing brands. They have their respective jobs, and their jobs are like the companies that they own happen to make apparel for the clients and customers. And so I wear that stuff. Let me see if they sell clothes online. I'm like 900% sure they don't. Yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, no. They both have businesses. Yeah, it's pretty fire. My mom started her business in 2000. I don't know. 2020 maybe. 2020. Yeah, I don't know. I think my mom started in 2020, and my dad started in 2017. Before then, they both had like jobs at normal places, or not normal places, but for companies. They were previously not the boss. Wait, it's crazy that I don't know when my mom's company opened. I think it was 2020. I think so. What's the business? My dad is a plastic surgeon, and he's a private practice plastic surgeon. His name is Aidan Andrews. Might as well just put that. I was gonna not put the links in the chat, but I'll just do it. So my dad is a private practice plastic surgeon, and my mom owns a med spa that is connected. They're like this, they're connected. The Recenter and Dr. Andrews Plastic Surgery. And my mom also owns a gym. So both the gym and the med spa. These are their links. And they also have the gym. They actually share, the website is actually the same website, kind of. Not really, actually. I designed, okay, so I did build my dad a website a while ago. First, Ali Guliev, who I believe is a mod of the channel, Ali built the website, and then I built a new website after that. But it was for internal purposes at their company, not public facing. I did not build or design the website that you see there. What's up? What's up, SB? How you doing, brother? How you doing, my brother? That's not it. Came back from the gym, now it's time to lock in. Indeed it is. How are you? I'm good, bro. Just chilling. Well, not really chilling, but just doing me. What? I got tennis at 4, gotta lock in. I love tennis, bro. It's like my favorite sport. Besides like hockey, which I used to play. Okay, should I do the angular momentum stuff now? I guess there's no reason not to do it right now. I was gonna do some work, but I think I'll just work later. It's fire, bro. Do you know about the quantum field? Like quantum field theory? Not really. Probably don't know more than you. You played in college? That's sick, bro. Good for you. You're him. You're tough. Your dad's got a sick jawline. Yeah, bro. That's what happens. Okay. Lettuce. Lettuce beguine. 424. Dude, I tried to stop swearing. Like just completely in my vocabulary. And it's so hard to listen to music that has swear words in it. It just causes my brain to regress. Any recs for good mice? My hands are kind of big. I use the Logitech G502 Hero. Look, you can see it. This is my mouse right here. Logitech G502 Hero. It's fire. This is the light speed, so it is wireless. And you can put weights in the bottom. I have all the weights taken out because I like it to be light. But I'm charging it right now. I charge it like once every 2 months or 3 months. I don't know how they got the battery to last so long. It's crazy. On the left side, this is just by class. That's why it says like stats, and then it says stats 420. These are just classes that I'm in. Physics 403, 446. It's just by class. What kind of music do you listen to? I listen to all kinds of music, but I really can't listen to rap anymore, as I just discussed. I'm listening to Little Lion Man by Mumford & Sons right now. I've been listening to a lot of Lumineers and Coldplay. Oh, and a lot of country recently. I've been listening to a ton of country recently. Well, not super recently. I actually stopped listening to country very recently. You like R&B? Yeah, R&B can get good. How'd you get your iPad displayed on your Mac? It's just QuickTime. You see the app in the top left? That's the name of the app, and then I just did this and clicked that. It's very easy. I don't think I can ever step away from rap. Yeah, so I do listen to rap occasionally now, but it's only you just look in the top left of the screen. You see it says QuickTime Player. You see in the top left, it comes with all Macs. It's a standard app that comes with a Mac. Yeah, I still listen to Unreleased Juice WRLD. You can't step away from that. Once you listen to Unreleased Juice WRLD and you like understand how talented he was as a musician, it's like there's no going back, unfortunately. But it is hard to listen to it because he swears so much, and a lot of the things he says are really obscene. And I try to refrain from saying such things, but okay. Describe 431 from 130. Use a test function, otherwise you're likely to drop some terms. Okay. Derive 431. So we want to show this will be the end of our proof of this. Uh-oh, why is there a cotan, bro? How am I gonna derive this now? No, I'm just kidding. But these cotans make me skeptical of if I am gonna be able to derive this. It better just be like some simple sine, cosine properties. Okay, so 3-1 from 3-0. Okay. So consider L plus or minus that equals But for music, I just I use YouTube Music, and YouTube knows me very well. I've been on like the YouTube platform since I was like 9 or 8 or 7. For a long time, like since the beginning of time, I've been on YouTube, and I've used the exact same account that whole time. So YouTube knows me really well. So I'll just let YouTube Music play and pick what music I listen to. It'll be all sorts of different stuff, R&B, well, not usually R&B, but like hip hop, not usually hip hop either. I don't even know what genres these are called. I don't know. Okay, so once we did this derive 3-1. Okay, it follows that L plus equals H bar E to I phi D theta plus I cotan theta partial phi, and the minus the lowering operator equals H bar E to minus I. It's like almost the complex conjugate with that extra minus sign. Okay, so we've defined the raising and lowering operators. I guess the next step probably is just to multiply them, huh? So suppose we want to combine them. We're just going to do this and duplicate that. also going to duplicate this. We're going to erase this minus sign temporarily. We're going to make this much smaller. And then we'll bring the minus sign out here, just so that it's not ambiguous. I don't know, it'll look like a minus sign. Okay, so we want to prove that it equals that. The best first step is to notice that the e's cancel, and the h bars obviously combine. Okay, that's super trivial, so let's work on the hard part. This. Oh, it wants me to use a test function. Oh, crap. Okay. I don't know what the test function. Wait, should I use a test function on each individual operator or on both of the operators? I guess it's kind of the same. No, it's not the same. No. We don't want an individual test function with each operator. They're not commutable though. I don't think that works. Wait, are plus minus commutable? They're not commutable. Dude, wait, I don't know if I should put a test function on all the operators or if I should put the two operators acting on one test function. I need a little hint. Okay, let me actually just ask the AI. One test function for the rightmost. Yeah, I think... Yeah, that's right. Wait, but why not? Okay. So we're applying one test function. So let us do this. So we're gonna have okay, I'm gonna do the pure terms first. Negative, -1 plus. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is supposed to be a phi, I think. Okay, now for the cross terms, which are gonna have no product rule. Wait, but that becomes a constant. Okay, d partial of theta. I mean, let's just do it. Partial of theta. What's the derivative of cotan, bro? Alright, bro. Yeah, obviously wanted it to be in Google, bro. I'm not searching a link. Minus secant squared. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. I have an issue here that we get this stupid derivative. What did Gemini say? It gave me a hint. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's correct, actually. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I'm an idiot. That's not how operators work. I gotta do this. This has like a parentheses here. Okay, so let's apply L on F. L minus on F. L minus on F equals, this just stays out front. Okay, now applying L plus to this. This just comes out, that cancels. And this is one single function. It's distributive. Wait, I still get the same problem. Oh, maybe they cancel. I don't think... Wait, but F could still have a theta dependence afterwards, so we have product rule, huh? Right? Is that right? I don't know. We're gonna see if this works or not. Minus, plus. No, this will stay plus no matter what. The eyes come out. Okay, so this is what we have, I think. Hopefully some terms cancel out. Yeah. These cancel. Oh, no, they don't. Yeah, derivatives don't commute. Wait, maybe there's zero? I don't know. Is there... L minus of F minus H bar E dot. Yeah, that's exactly what I got. That's what I was doing. Bro, come on, stop doing this. Are you still double major? No, I'm a single major, just physics. I'm graduating early instead. Bro, this is the sycophancy, bro. You have incredible handwriting? What is he even talking about at this point? The AI is just saying stuff. You have incredible handwriting, bro? What? One, I know my handwriting is not good. Two, what is it even talking about? I'm asking about my math. In line 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. In line 6, you wrote minus h bar this on this. Notice that the exponentials have completely, you multiply them together to get 1, yes? Oh, is it? What? Oh, that's what I meant by product rule? Wait, what did I do? Oh, let me distribute that. No, we don't need to erase that much stuff. Okay, that was my mistake. And so now, when we operate this, okay, d phi on this. Wait, I didn't understand. Do the cross terms have derivatives? Wait, hold on. So I have these incredible product rules everywhere. This is going to be super long. This product rule is actually not that bad. Okay, so this is minus I squared. Bro, what is this? Wait, but cotan theta does not depend on phi, actually. Wait, hold on. Erase this. We have minus I. This is a constant. So minus I is a constant. E to the minus I phi is a constant. Now we have d theta partial with theta of this. So we're gonna get. I'm not doing that. Okay. And then this is going to be plus I cotan theta d phi acting on this. With respect to phi, cotan is constant, I is constant, plus minus, it's going to stay plus actually. We have d partial phi of both of these, which is just product rule. Let's do this one first. Okay, this is our, and then this is all times minus h bar squared e to the I theta. Okay, now we need to do something, simplify this somehow. E How do we deal with these derivatives of cotan, bro? Cosecant squared. Cosecant squared minus cotan squared is 1. Okay. So cosecant squared minus cotangent squared. Oops. Minus cotangent squared equals 1. Okay. So let us okay, now we can cancel out these terms. So we just have minus h bar squared outside of partial squared f partial. The e's cancel here. So just ignore e. Minus I squared is, of course, 1. So we just have cotan theta plus minus wait, cotan, derivative of cotan is cosecant squared? Is that what we said? Minus cosecant squared. Okay, cotan squared nice. I'm seeing exactly how this simplifies. Let's collect all the like terms. Okay, so df d theta is by itself. So these are both sole terms. D squared phi theta Wait, hold on. One of these needs to be a minus. No. Okay. Hold on. Let's mark everything that we've got. Nice. And that's it. That's everything. This equals 1. Okay, wait, hold on. I made a mistake. The cotan squared is d phi squared. Okay. Is that it? Is that what I'm supposed to prove? Which question am I using? This one? Okay. Here, pull out the F. Whatever. We don't need F. Okay. Okay. This term is here. Cotan derivative with theta. Oh, crap. Oh, yeah, sorry. This is a theta. Okay, cotan derivative of theta, yeah. Cotan squared with, yeah, and then I d phi. Okay, this is right. Alright, bro. I have 7 more of these questions. If they all take this long and make my hands sweat this much from writing, I'm cooked. My hands is so sweaty. That was just part A. That was just part A. What does the star mean? The star means what? It's impossible. Star means star is the difficulty. So star means the problem's impossible. You can just run it through Claude. But there's a problem with Claude because if I run it through Claude, then what am I meant to do on the exams? Is there any you have to do with multiple stars? I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. I hope not. Bro, the stars are hard enough as it is. It just took me 15 minutes to do part A of one question. 20 minutes. I don't even know how long that took. It took forever, bro. It took me 10 minutes just to get the wrong answer. Derive 432 from 29 and 131. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we want to prove 3-2 from 2-9 and 3-1. Okay, this equation looks pretty tame. I like this. Wait, 3-1? Please tell me it didn't say 3-1, did it? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, this is 3-1. Consider this and this. And we want to prove this, 3-2, right? Okay, we need to prove 3-2. This is 2-9. This is 3-1. Yeah, prove 3-2 from 3-9 with 3-1. Hint, use 112. Okay, the hint will go up here. Oh my gosh. Thought there was another equal sign, but it's actually just super stupid. Dude, what is this? No, that's ridiculous. No, that's ridiculous. Okay. Consider these two. We want to show that L squared equals this. What? Nah, you're actually insane. No, you're actually nuts. Wait, I actually don't think... Oh, wait, how can I even solve this? Wait, what? How do you even solve this? Okay, so we have this component, we have this component, L plus minus. So now we need L minus plus. Are you dead? Do you see how long it took me to get plus minus, bro? How am I gonna get minus plus? No, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Oh, you don't have to use minus plus. Okay. Recall L squared equals L plus L minus. So we took the plus from plus or minus, or the minus from minus plus. So we have minus plus, we gotta take the minus. Plugging in. We get L squared equals this plus this plus this with the h bar squared. How do we prove that? What? What? How do we prove this, though? What? Oh, I'm stupid. Wait, what is LZ squared? Does that not follow? Wait, LZ squared? LZ equals this, LZ squared? No, wait, hold on. Hold on, go back in time. Okay. I need to write this out again. Just delete all of this. We'll plug this part in later. I just need to make sure I have this part right. The signs, all my signs are wrong. LZ squared is gonna be positive How? What? Bro, you realize this makes no sense. Bro, what is this? Bro, look. This is the answer key. Bro, how? Look, his LZ is negative. So LZ squared must be positive. His LZ squared is negative. That's the first thing that's like, how is his LZ squared negative? Second, his H bar LZ, what is H by I? What is that? Where does that come from? What is H over I? What is H bar over I? Am I missing something? Is he joking? H bar over I is the same as I H bar? Yeah, that makes sense actually, but what was the point? Why would you put I in the denominator? Okay, but it doesn't matter. Like his Z squared, his LZ squared is negative. Makes no sense. How could his LZ squared be negative? How could his LZ squared be negative? This is notability. How could his LZ squared be negative? I'm not following at all. Dude, this is one question. It's taken me an hour. Oh, you squared the -1 first. I'm stupid. You square the -1 first. Yeah, why it's all, yeah, it is, okay, wait, no, I'm so stupid. I better not make that mistake on my exam, bro. You square the -1 first and then you square the I. So this is negative. I'm so dumb. I'm not writing his stupid I. in the denominator. That's so stupid. I'm not doing that. I don't care. I don't care what the solution's right. It's like, I'm not writing that, bro. What would ever be the point of having I in the denominator? It's like, oh yeah, let's do that. He just did it for fun, right? Yeah, he just did it for fun. Like, this is so stupid. What an idiot. What is the point of that? Oh yeah, let's just mess up all the students doing this problem by just making stuff up off the top of our head. Sounds fun. Okay, and then, yeah, if we pull out, we can just start collapsing terms. So these subtract, we're left with cotan. Wait, we really only have two terms? Bro, alright. Alright, we're just making stuff up, bro. Alright, now this just uses some trig identities that I don't know. First of all, he did this. Oh wait, that doesn't cancel anyways. That's stupid. Okay, those do actually cancel out though. And then we just have cotan. Yeah. Okay, but apparently cotan squared theta plus 1 equals 1 by sine squared theta. And 1 plus 1 by sine squared theta? No. Take the antiderivative? Wait, can you do that? You can take the antiderivative, actually. What's the antiderivative of cotan? Natural log of sine? Nah, bro. Wait, is that actually what he did? Natural log of sine? Natural log of sine. Yeah, and you take the derivative of that. There's no way. There's no way. What? Okay, well, hold on. This is what I'm trying to do in my head. This is what he did. He did the partial squared, the second partial with respect to theta plus cotan theta partial with respect to theta equals 1 by sine theta partial theta of sine theta partial with theta. Okay, so apparently these two are true. So L squared equals minus H bar squared. Wow, I'm a genius. If only I knew what trig properties he was using here. I think what he did was he took out like this. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't really have no idea what he did. I don't follow that at all, not one single bit. So, let's just, you know what they say, when you don't understand something, just skip it and never come back to it ever again in your life. At least that's what they typically say, right? It's good advice, I think. Bro, why is this another starred problem? What is the raising operator of LL? Okay, well, we've somewhere in this absolute joke of all the math that we've ever done, we had this. So we've already solved for this, good. And we already know what the raising operator is. That's just given to us straight up. The raising operator Nah, bro, wait, are we actually serious? What? Is there not like just a definition of the raising operator? Bro, are we dead? Are we dying? How I've been failed by the world. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, that's why he said no calculation allowed? Oh, wait, it seems like I'm gonna need this later, though. Okay, wait, the ladder is indexed by M. Every step is an M, right? Okay, he gave us this in 4.110. What time do you usually wake up? Anywhere between the hours 5 and 6 a.m. typically. What's up? How old are you? I was born January 30th, 2005. Hope you're doing well too, brother. Congratulations on almost finishing your first year. When do you sleep if you wake up that early? Well, this Gemini thing is thinking. Let's look at when I went to bed. My Whoop tells me that I went to bed at 21:11. Went to bed at 9:11, and I woke up at whatever time I said I woke up. I woke up at 6. I woke up at 6. But I actually did not fall asleep at 9:11. I fell asleep at like 10:45. That's why I'm so tired today. Well, actually, I know I checked the clock at 10:45, and that's when I was like started to close my eyes. That's when I set my alarm. I set my alarm at 10:45. So I don't know what time I actually fell asleep. Well, actually, my Whoop should tell me. My Whoop will tell me. I gotta look at my heart rate. It seems I fell asleep around, I guess I didn't fall asleep that late. 22:59, just about. No, 22:57. So I fell asleep at 10:57. And I woke up at whatever time I woke up, I said. But that's why my recovery score was so bad today. My resting heart rate is 49, which is above normal, and it's causing my recovery to go down. Everything else, though, is normal. But my resting heart rate is high today. Yesterday, I went to bed at also pretty late, at 22:52, and I woke up at 5:18. Or something like that. I don't know. But I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of something. And then I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Okay. I had to put my clothes in the dryer and put another load in the wash. And then I just jumped up and down like 100 times. To stretch out my back and to get some blood flow. Okay. Let us continue. Let me fix this. Okay. I just got back from church. It's fire, bro. It's fire. It's a great day to go to church. Every day is a great day to go to church. But today is also a great day. Okay. Let's play some super hype beast mode music so that we can have some super hype beast mode studying. Okay. Are you a senior? No, I'm a third year. What are you studying? I'm studying physics. So 425 is what we're on. 425B. Use the result of A together with equation 4.130 and the fact that LZYLL equals this to determine YLL up to a normalization constant. Okay. So we know, or let me suppose first. Suppose LZ YL L equals H bar L Y and 4130. Okay, we have this written up here somewhere. One 30 L plus. Oh no, I just have L plus. Wait, dude, wasn't this? I was just looking for this actually. 88. L minus. No, I have L minus. Okay, so suppose this and this. Okay, supposing that and that, we want to prove that this is that. The result of A together. Okay, so recall in other words, YLL, oh crap, we need the actual. Okay, YLL is here. Wait, can we make this even simpler? Wait, maybe we don't need all that. Wait, can I apply? Wait, okay, let me try that. So we apply the raising, lowering operator on both sides. I'm kind of just making stuff up here. Wait, what do I even want to prove? To determine up to a normalization constant. No, this doesn't help me. Wait, I want to determine it up to a normalization constant. So I want to solve for... Okay, let me keep the stuff that says in other words. Okay. This equals 0. Suppose what's 4.130? This is 4.1. This is the result of A. Okay, use 4. Okay, use 4 together with 4.130. So, or use the result of A together. Wait, the result of A is this. Okay, so this is A plus 4.130. So now we want to do LZ. Okay, that's them together. Now I need to use the fact that LZ y equals that. Maybe I need the definition of LZ for some reason. LZ is the derivative. Oh, okay. Alright, okay. That actually does help. Alright, so let's no, it doesn't help. It's with V minus I H bar. We could multiply through by a negative. Well, the I, okay, so this is equivalent. those are equivalent. And we also say oh wait, it wouldn't matter. We can just multiply both sides by a -1. No, that's what I just did. Yeah. So we're going to have a cotan theta here. We're going to do plus cotan theta. And then we're going to say minus I h bar with respect to phi acting on YLL. This equals 0. And we can notice that this is equal to LZ YLL. So we really have, we can also get rid of the negative out here. Cotan theta H bar L. So this is a differential equation. You actually could solve this, right? Is this differential equation solvable? This is the same thing as, it's like dy dx minus f of x times y. This should be a standard differential equation. Oh, separation of variables? What's the final answer though? Oh. You actually have to do the separation of variables. I guess we can just solve this equation. Okay, so we have 1 by y wait, integrate both sides with respect to dy. Oh, you separate it. Oh, I guess you could do that. There's no way this is what you're supposed to do, bro. I'm just wasting my time. And what's the antiderivative of cotan? Like a secant, a natural log of sine squared? Something like that. This is just useless. E, you would just say y. It'd be something like that. Yo, there is no way my answer is correct. Dude, there is no way that this is right. This is actually what you're supposed to do. Bro, Griffiths is actually like, he's just a troll. Wait, this is actually what you're supposed to do. Wait, what's the actual derivative or antiderivative of cotan? It's ln sine. It's ln of sine, just ln of sine. Oh, these come out of the integral actually. Oh, you have to take ln of both sides though. Or e of both sides. L sine. Oh, that's not how this works. Oh, and we could drop the h bar somehow. No, we can't. Wait, do we have an extra h bar term? No. Oh, the h bar. No, the h bar stays. What? Oh. There's an h bar here. There's an h bar here. So we can drop the h bars. Let's drop them. Let's drop them here. Yeah. And then it's signed to the L because it's natural log. Or it's E. Because you have like ln, you have L, ln sine, and you take E to this, which will just equal sine to the L. Plus C. Wait, what is this? Okay. So YL L by sine to the L theta equals a constant. So YL equals a sine to the L theta. Or we can just do C. And it's just going to be C. What is e to the I theta? E to the I theta? E to the I theta. What do I do with the e to the I theta? Oh, I just left it out? Oh, because it equals 0. I dropped it. What? Okay. So, if you don't drop the e to the I theta, then you're just going to have... If you bring back the e to the I theta, you have this. Because you'll just have a term e to the I theta that sticks with the sign everywhere till the end of time. But it sticks with both sides, bro. I don't know. Apparently you have an e to the I theta. Yo, I'm doing the right method, but I actually did not do this right. I actually didn't do this right, bro. Are you still on the same problem? Yeah, bro. I'm moving on to part C now. Determine the normalization constant by direct integration. 4.7. Did I do 4.7? Yeah, I did, right? Yeah, 4.7. Oh, no, wait, I didn't do normalization. Wait, yeah, I skipped that, remember? Wait, didn't I skip it? Oh, normalization constant, I see. This is your normalization constant. Okay, bro. Yeah, yo, look, this is, bro, that's actually crazy. This is what it wants me to find. It wants me to do this. This is literally what Griffiths wants me to do. Let's just write it out so we can see how ridiculous it is. This is a double integral. This is what he wants me to do. He wants me to do this integral to find c equals that c equals this. Hold on. It's not even close to what the final c is. There's more. Well, I shouldn't say not even close, because it is pretty close. That's what he wants me to do. He wants me to do this integral and find that this is the normalization constant. If you do that integral, you'll find that c equals that. Yeah, this is the exact answer. Oh no. Oh, he has L plus 1. I can't believe Griffiths did all these problems. Griffiths did all these problems himself. Whatever, bro. Moving on. Bro, good on you to have the dedication. Bro, I literally just skipped this part of the question because it's impossible. Yo, from now on, if I see a star, bro, yo, why do the next 3 problems have stars? 3, 0, 3, 1, 3, 2. Bro, it's literally gonna... Bro, I'm literally gonna be at this all day. Okay, 4.29 should be tame. Bro, 3, 0, 3, 1, and 3, 2 all have stars. Like, I don't even concern myself with the 2-star problems. Like, I'm not even gonna read them. It's basically useless. I can't believe Griffiths did these all himself. What a nerd. What a nerd, bro. Bro, that's what I'm saying. On the test, I'm gonna skip all the hard problems. I'll hope the fingers crossed the curve can counteract. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I think this is pretty straightforward. So we're gonna grab the spin matrices in 145, 147, and we show that they obey 1, 3, 4. What numbers did I even just write on my paper? 145 and 147. I couldn't even read the numbers, so I didn't even know what I was looking for. 1, 5, and 1, 7. Oh, Z, X, Y. Okay, so Yeah, Sx y equals and z is 145, 147, x, y, z, and we need to verify that it passes 134. Okay, 134. So 134 says that. So we need to verify that it holds. Wait, what even is the commutation? Wait, what is even the commutator? Like, what does it actually mean? Where do they define the commutator? What does it mean for a matrix? Oh, yes, I remember now. It's A, B equals, I think it's AB minus BA. I mean, it shouldn't matter because it'll just be a factor of -1. So we need to use this. AB equals, okay, so let me just do the matrix multiplication first. So we're going to have Sx, Sy, we're going to have Sx, Sz, we're going to have Sc, let's do Y. Wait, I really actually have to do all these? I really have to do all these matrix multiplications? There's really no way around this? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Wait, AB equals minus BA? How does that help me at all? I still need both directions of the matrix multiplication. Look, like xy is going to equal x, y minus y, x. So those are two matrix multiplications I'll need. Z two more matrix multiplications that I'll need. And two more matrix multiplications that I'll need. I think I'll need 6 no matter what. None of these are a multiple of each other. They're all distinct. as Z is nearly the identity is the swap column matrix. Yeah, but it's just gonna be annoying doing 6 matrix multiplications. Maybe someone did it for me already and I can just take their word for it. Wait, what? Don't I have to prove them all? Wait, I don't have to prove them all? What? Yo, this guy in the solution did not prove them all. Yo, can someone do all the matrix multiplication for me? Alright, hurry up, bro. Oh, he knows them off the top of his head. What do we say? We reckon these are correct? XY is I 0, 0 minus I. YX is minus I 0, 0 I. Looks good to me. Dang, bro, I must be one lazy dude, bro. Really not. I'm not even writing the answers down. I'm not even gonna write the answers down. I must be one lazy dude. Okay. Okay, there's no need to do all that, bro. Okay, bro, I'm not even writing this down. Like, it equals. Bro, you can do it in your head. Alright, let's move on to part B. A checks out. It's just tedious, bro. Like, I know how to do matrix multiplication, and I know how to subtract matrices, bro. Like, that's enough. Checks out. Looks perfect. Okay, show that the polyspin matrix satisfies the product rule. Yo. The summation. Okay, then multiplied by each other equals the delta. Plus, what is that? JKL, epsilon JKL? Levi-Civita system? Civita? Yeah, that's dumb, bro. I'm just gonna write this. Equals 1. X with Y equals Y with with z equals z with x equals y with x equals z with y. Okay, I think I noticed the pattern here. What's the last one? X with z. Oh yeah, okay, now the function kind of makes sense. Wait, but why is there a delta plus? I don't know what the delta does. What's the point of the delta? Wait, the delta is just 0. Oh, the delta is always 0. Okay, I see why. The delta is 0, but to prevent, if the delta didn't exist, then this would be 0. But it's actually 0 plus 1 because the delta is there. Okay, that's why the delta is there, I see. So delta is 0 as long as j does not equal k. And then the Leviticus symbol picks out the L. So for any sigma where L, I don't know, I actually don't even know. Symbol plus 1 if JKL. Yeah, sure, whatever, bro. It's just cyclical, I see. It's easy. Okay, time for these super impossible, super hard questions. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad, though. An electron is in the spin state chi. Determine the normalization constant A. Alright, so you should be able to do this by looking at this one function thing. Right here. Spin, no. We're too far, yeah, spin. Okay, so chi. Wait, how do you normalize chi? So we gotta figure out what A and B are. Wait, how do you normalize Oh, I remember that. Wait, it was somewhere here. I swear. It's the Hermitian, yes. There. I remember reading that. So normalized. So chi, the Hermitian conjugate of chi equals A minus 3. Oh, wait, we gotta take the transpose. Isn't this gonna be this is gonna be a matrix? This is gonna be a matrix, right? So it's gonna have to be the identity. Wait, isn't the Hermitian the complex conjugate transpose? So isn't it gonna be A minus 3i4? Is that not what chi is? Chi, it's going to be a squared Oh, I guess that's not a matrix. Or, yeah. It's just going to be a number. It's just going to be 9. Yeah, A equals 1 by 5, sorry. Okay. Find the expectation values of x, y, and z. Wait, what are the expectation values? Oh. Wait, no, this is a probability. Oh, expectation values. For which one? Who does it want? X, Y, and Z. Oh, what a drag. Let's do X first. It's much better though. Matrix multiplication is much better than any other stuff we had to do in this course. So we can factor out. Let's plug the 1/5 in here. Or actually, we can keep it as an A, and I'll plug in 1/5 just to keep it cleaner. I'll plug 1/5 in afterwards. So we're gonna have a squared. S is gonna bring along an h bar by 2. And then now we actually have the matrices to multiply. Okay, wait, Yo, what's that one method called to solve matrix multiplication? It's where you put the one matrix like this. You do like A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. And you say A times A, so this is A squared plus BC, BA plus BD. Right? What is this called? Where's our C squared? Shouldn't we have a C squared? No, I guess not. What is this called? It's like a method, tabular method. No, that's not it. Bro, I remember when I was learning Len Alg, someone told me about that method, and I was like, bro, you're actually a genius. It's literally the most goated way to do matrix multiplication. Especially when they're not square matrices. Oh, you know what? I watched a YouTube video about it a long time ago. Like freshman year. Singular value decomposition. I hate singular value decomposition. Oh, it's called Falk's scheme. Falk's scheme. How come that method's not that popular? Okay. Good thing that I remembered what that was called. I don't know what use. I don't know why I brought that up. Why did I bring that up? What was I doing? Oh, I was doing matrix multiplication. Yeah, we were gonna do this. So we have 3i, 4 with, what is the matrix that we want? I, x, 0, 1, 1, 0. Okay, so 0, 4, 3i. That's it. Just flips it. Wait, what? Why'd I even write this out? It just flips it. Okay, and then flipping that and multiplying it by that, we're gonna get a scalar. So we're gonna get a squared h bar by 2. What was it again? It was 3i, 4, it was 4, what was it again? It was 4, 3i, wait, how 3i? Isn't it supposed to be a minus 3i? It's 4 minus 3i, 3i, 12i, minus 12i. So let's just do the other one first. Oh, it's 12i minus 12i is 0. Chat, is it 0? Yeah, it's 0. Okay, next up. Let's bring these down here, bro. Let's just duplicate them. They don't need to be that large. Alright, next is this one. They're all just gonna have a squared h bar by 2. This one flips and multiplies by I. So we're gonna have 4i, I believe. Wait, hold on, 0i. Which one gives the minus? The 4, yeah, it's 4i. Yeah, I thought so. So 4i, and then this one gets the minus. So minus minus, it's gonna just be 3. Times 3i is minus 9. No, minus 12. Minus 12 plus 12. Wait, what? Minus 12 plus 12. Oh, this is a minus, sorry. Wait, is that a minus? No, that's not a minus. Is it? Minus. Oh, yeah. Minus. So that cancels out that minus, so we have another one. Why do I have 3 minus signs there? 1 by 25, so it's 24 by 25 h bar by 50. 12 by 25 and a minus, yeah. Let's write it like this. Okay, why are they saying this problem's hard? This problem's so easy. Okay, this is the identity, but you just minus the other one, so it's going to be 3i minus 4. So times 3i, yeah, minus, the minus cancels, you get 9. Minus 4, 4 is 16, 9 minus 16. Nice. Okay, next question, next problem, next part. Find the uncertainties. Maybe it's just because it takes so long. Yeah, see, why are they using this delta notation if we use the delta notation completely differently here? It's just like so annoying. You should just use like this delta, or not sigma, I meant delta instead of sigma. They should be using delta as x. Okay, find the uncertainties. Note these sigmas are standard deviations, not Pauli matrices. Exactly, bro. What an annoying thing. Okay, so uncertainty is defined like this, but there might be a better way to do it for Pauli matrices. Or for these, for spin. Because the actual like definition of uncertainty is like this, right? No, it's like this. Right, that's the definition of an uncertainty. Yeah, he didn't actually show us any uncertainties though. But this is chapter 1. Yeah, x squared minus x, quantity squared. Okay, so wait, this is actually is annoying though. Wait, is that the identity? This is the identity, bro. So you don't get, it's non-zero, but it's fine because you still get a squared h bar by 2, and then you get the identity acting on this. So it's the same as this. It's 25, a squared is 1. It's 1. This is 1. It's h bar by 2. The uncertainty is h bar by 2 for x. Wait, all the uncertainties are equal? No. This is all equal. these are all equal for some reason.
What? How's it squared?
Wait, how is that squared though? Oh, the matrix is squared. Yeah, my fault. Yeah, hold on. Okay. Equals the square root of 144 Alright, bro. I don't know who would waste their time doing this. Oh no. Oh no, bro. What? 1 by 4 plus 144 by 625. It doesn't stay as a fraction? Shouldn't it be a whole number, bro? Six. Wait, maybe a minus would work? Yeah, it's minus. Wait, aren't there a lot of negatives here? There's 1, 2. That one goes away though. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's why. It doesn't, yeah. This is just 7 over 50. Sorry, there's no 2 here. 7 over 50 h bar. Why'd I do z? That was y, I thought. That was y. Wasn't it? Yeah, 144 over 625 is definitely y. Uh, 49. Over 25.
this. Yeah, this question is not hard. I don't know why it has a star. This is really useful. Something else is really useful. Obviously, these are really useful. This is really useful. The normalization condition. These look like size, bro. Now they look like X's. Whatever. What else was useful? All these. I'm just writing these down. I need to start considering my equation sheet. That's why I'm checking or circling all of these. All this stuff needs to go on my equation sheet. Obviously this, everyone knows that. I'll go through it all tomorrow. D. Make sure you're taking the square root. Look at the units. Square roots of what? Why was that so close to natural log of 2? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot the square root earlier. That's correct. Thank you. Do you think Claude is the best AI? Well, you gotta look at the benchmarks. They're all good at different things. Claude is good at sycophancy. Nah, GPT low-key unmatched sycophancy. If there's huge amounts of text, would you actually read it or put it through ChatGPT and have it summarized for you? It depends on what the text is, bro. If it's a book, obviously not having GPT summarize it for me. If it's a textbook, obviously not having GPT summarize it for me. A textbook, like the textbook right now, I need to read it every single word multiple times in order to understand the content enough for me to get a good score on the exam. Take a book, my favorite book, the Bible. If I had ChatGPT summarize the Bible, I obviously would get much less out of it. Again, that's another book that I read each sentence more than once. Outliers, one of my favorite books. I think it would be super beneficial to read the book in its entirety rather than getting a summarization. Although I think a summarization for books like that would be fine. They just wouldn't be as impactful, right? Like Outliers tells, like 10 different stories to prove a single point. So sure, you could have a summary that tells you what that central point was, but without those 10 different opportunities for you to realize the point that is trying to be made, I feel like it doesn't hit home as hard. And then also, you're less robust. Your opinion of the system is less robust, right? There's going to be all these edge cases or uncertainties that can enter the system that would cause it to become out of distribution for you if you read it as just a summary. I don't know, I was using like science words because that's the way that I was thinking about it, but like an actual example of it would be Outliers tells you to work super hard, right? So you could say, okay, let's just work super hard and that's it. But it also tells you in many different stories different paths that lead to working hard, and that there's like different criteria for what it means to even work hard, right? So without reading each one of those stories, you could be in a situation where you're like, oh, this situation, that principle doesn't apply because my situation is so different. But if you read 10 different situations, you would say, okay, my situation is similar to situation 1 in this respect, in situation 2 in this respect, and so on and so forth. And so you realize the overall point of the story still applies to your situation, even though it's not specifically like exactly the same as any one. So a summarization flattens all that, so you have a smaller window of opportunity for understanding how these different pieces connect abstractly. Oh, I don't think that made sense at all, what I was saying, but whatever. So it definitely depends on the text. A research paper also, a summary of a research paper is literally going to be useless. I mean, sure, you can read a summary of a research paper while you're drinking your morning coffee or something. But if you want to read a research paper and actually be able to use the science in your work, or reference it in the related works of your research, you won't be able to do that unless you understand what the paper was saying and what they did. And to understand it, you just rely off a summary. But I will say, all this has a huge caveat that AI is not the common denominator in these situations, or in these caveats, in these cons, right? So I just listed a bunch of cons to why you shouldn't read AI generated summaries, but AI is not the common denominator there. The summarization is the common denominator. No matter what, like a human could generate the summary, it's still going to be less beneficial than reading the book or the piece of text originally. So it's not that it's AI generated, it's that it's a summary. And I make that distinction because you can absolutely get knowledge from AI. The amount of times I've uploaded a piece of text or a research paper or a book or a chapter or something to AI and had full conversations with the AI to try to make sense of what it is the text was saying, or to explain it in a different way or something. I don't even remember what the beginning of my sentence, I lost it because it was so long ago. But I was just saying that I've had a lot of benefit come from doing that and using AI to understand text. I mean, this textbook right now, look, there's screenshots of excerpts of the textbook, and then I ask these very specific questions and it answers it, right? This is a very good, it's not a summarization, but it's using AI to understand a piece of text or a piece of knowledge, right? But it's through conversation and through iterative learning. So I'm reading the text, using active recall to do the problems, and then stumbling, and I help AI to fix my shoelaces that I'm stumbling on, if that's a good analogy, right? I'm not using AI to pick me up and carry me away. I'm just using it to tie my shoes, right? I'm a kindergartner trying to walk down the street. I don't know how to tie my shoes. That's the best analogy I could give. A summary is like you were expecting someone to pick you up and carry you to your destination. Using AI and reading the stuff yourself, or you don't even have to read a single page of it yourself. You can use AI the whole time, but having a conversation and diving deep into specific points is analogous to walking the distance yourself and just using the AI as a crutch to help you when you stumble or something. The best book or list of books for beginners on AI for someone with a more computer science oriented background who is thinking about becoming an AI engineer or something related. Go to the bookshelf on my website. We can go there together, and I can tell you the books off the top of my head. So Deep Learning by... Okay, I keep getting these authors mixed up. Deep Learning by Christopher Bishop, I believe, and Pattern Recognition by Ian Goodfellow, and Mathematics for Machine Learning. All of those books, but I'll just show them here. So if you go here, you go to my bookshelf. So Mathematics for Machine Learning, this is my number one book recommendation for getting into AI. But if you already know the math, then you can go ahead and move down to these books, these two books. These are my go-to recommendations. And then you say you have a coding background. So there's this book. I don't like this book really at all, but you can read it. There's also... Yeah, this book is good for people who are a computer science background as well.
but I would really read these ones. But you can honestly get all your knowledge from ChatGPT and just like experience. I've gained most of my knowledge. Well, I did take all the AI courses at my school and stuff, but I watched tons of YouTube videos before then, and then most of my knowledge, I would say 90% of it, comes from actual research or application. Right, like I'm researching LLMs, or I'm running into tokenization issues when trying to self-host an LLM, or I need to build a vector database, how do I query it, right? That's how you learn, and that's how I've learned all these different things. They were from application. Yeah, I mean, even like diffusion models was from VLAs. Well, my real diffusion model knowledge, there was diffusion models in some of the courses that I've taken, but most of the knowledge came from when I was researching GRU N1.5, because they use a diffusion transformer. Who is Griffiths, a mathematician? I think he's a mathematician and a physicist. He's the guy that wrote the book that I'm following along with. So there's still so many questions left. Rationalism versus empiricism. Okay, so I've just read an excerpt on each one. So I would say rationalism and empiricism. I think rationalism and empiricism are too unforgiving. They're too extreme. And transcendental idealism is kind of like the opposite. It's very agnostic. Well, not when it comes to the learning process, but when it comes to the knowing, it's really speaking about knowledge rather than learning. Yeah, it's agnostic when it comes to the learning process, but when it comes to the knowledge that can be in someone's brain, it's very, very defined. So I would say the way we learn is definitely a mix of empiricism and rationalism. To say it's one or the other, I think would be incorrect. I also don't think they're mutually exclusive. I don't know if they're treated as mutually exclusive, but rationalism and empiricism seem like the primary ways, besides for nature, what do they call it, instinct? Besides for instinct, rationalism and empiricism, I would say, are probably the bulk of our learning process. And then transcendental idealism doesn't really make a statement. I think obviously it's trivially, observably correct. There's obviously no way to prove it because you can't prove that you know something that you don't know. So I would say transcendental idealism simply doesn't have a logical counter-argument. You could say, like, you could propose something else, but it would be just as unprovable as transcendental idealism. Although it is compelling to me. I would say the mind does not know what it does not experience. Yeah, this is like the classical problem. If a tree falls in the woods, but no one's there to experience it, does it like make a sound or whatever? Right? There's literally no way to prove that. So I think in the same way, there's no way to prove or disprove transcendental idealism. It would just be a discussion. And I think that is a very compelling idea, at least to me. But the learning process, for sure. I mean, we learn from experience and we learn from reason, right? I don't know if it's 50-50. I would say anecdotally. Actually, anecdotally, I would say it's like 50-50. Sometimes you just do things and you see the result of it. I mean, that happens all the time. But also, you reason things and they happen as you expect. But I think rationalism is kind of rooted in empiricism, right? Like, if you logically think, you reason something, the way you prove it is to actually act, right? And to act means to gain knowledge from experience. And so you can't even reason a solution without experiencing it as well. Right? If I believe that gravity, if I reason that gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared, like the acceleration due to gravity, then the way to prove that is through experience. I have to actually drop something and measure its acceleration. And so that's rationalism grounded in empiricism, which I think is the most likely way the brain learns information. I see René Descartes. I've actually read some of his work, The Mind and Body Duality. And John Locke. And Immanuel Kant. Yeah, Kant. Bro, Kant. Yeah. Kant had that one argument. Yeah, I think it's Hume. David Hume. These are great terms to know. I actually like the words I was not really familiar with. But the ideas and concepts I'm pretty familiar with. I've read work from most of these people. And I took philosophy classes earlier in my career. Yeah, I've been studying learning actually a lot recently. It was more abstract than these guys. These guys are studying the fundamentals of learning. Mine was more in practice. So Confucius versus Socrates, for example. Two very differing opinions on how you learn and how to teach. It's very interesting. I think studying how the brain learns and what the most effective ways are for learning is very important. But I think in 2026, which we've seen with all of science, everything has just become so abstract and so fast that the solutions are no longer binary. They're typically some superposition of the two, or of the however many options there are, right? And that it gets back to, like, I literally have a draft written about this because I was writing an essay about it. Confucius versus Socrates, the two differing ways of thinking, Eastern ideology and Western ideology. But I think in 2026, the solution is not to have one or the other. The solution is to employ both in different respects. And I think any country that does education really well kind of does that. You can think like South Korea, Singapore. These countries do both. They have Socrates and Confucius influenced teaching practices. I'd say China is definitely very Confucius based. Like, you do what you're told, you listen to your instructor tells you exactly what the answers are, tells you exactly what to do. You don't really ask questions, you don't really think critically. And I think it works to an extent and very selectively. Like, it works for engineering, it works for math, it works for some sciences, but broadly it does not work. You can't be that bipolar, or that polar, not bipolar. You can't be that polar. I was watching a video about this literally last night. I can pull it up. It was how China is killing critical thinking or something. Here, the video's right here. This is a video I was watching yesterday. How China built tech power without critical thinking. It's a good video. Want this semester to end. This schedule is too good. I want this semester to end. My schedule will be much better after I graduate. Kant solves everything, but Kant was unfortunately wrong in consciousness. I don't think anyone's going to be right about consciousness, probably ever. I'm not going to say that. That's why I say probably, is because I don't like being proven wrong. You obviously don't want to say statements that don't stand the test of time. But I think it's very unlikely that humans will uncover the truth of consciousness, or the root of consciousness, because I believe consciousness is divine. I don't think humans or Earth or nature or anything can inspire consciousness. I think consciousness is granted upon humanity. But of course, this is an idea. The Bible doesn't even say this explicitly, so this is just an idea that I've come up with. So it could easily be proven wrong, easily. But just my personal beliefs, I think it's going to be very hard for that to be proven wrong. How to decide between engineering, maths, and physics? It's whatever you're interested in. I think engineering, math, and physics will all teach you the exact same underlying principles. So no matter which one you choose, there's no wrong decision. It's just about what you're interested in. Did you read some book of philosophy? If so, what books did you like? Again, my bookshelf's on my website, but I have a bunch of books that I just bought recently, and they're all at home, so I don't have them to put on my bookshelf. Maybe I'll have someone send me a picture of all the books. But I just bought like 12. I've read like 6 books or something this year, or not read cover to cover, but I've bought and started reading 6 books this year, and so I need to put all those on my bookshelf. But I've taken philosophy courses, and then I just started getting into philosophy extracurricularly recently. I think philosophy is very, very important for humans to study and to know. I just was studying or learning about this too. The ancient Romans, they thought like studying philosophy and thinking was the whole point of life. It's the difference. There's a video about Roman leisure versus modern day tenacity.
The Romans had a different interpretation of leisure. We think of leisure as taking time off from work, or taking time off to rest, but the Romans thought that it was the other way around, that leisure was the point of life and that anything else is taking away from the true point of life. And so that's why they thought like slaves were the lowest of the low, because you work. And people who owned businesses and did not have to work all day were high up in society, because that was interpreted as, the true purpose of life. And it stemmed from leisure being heavily centered around philosophy and like the theory of mind. So I think there's some merit to that ideology. Of course, they were very flawed in their ways of thinking, but I think spending considerable amounts of time studying your own brain, your own thoughts, your own desires, your own will, the meaning and purpose of life, and your life specifically, is very important and will help you insurmountably in every aspect of life. I mean, all my motivations and desires and everything have come from me just sitting and thinking and trying to unravel what it is my life should become. You're very focused on solving the problem. You seem to think that is truth. On what problem specifically? How do you feel during exams? Confident, prepared, anxious, or a mix? I mean, there's always some level to anxiety, but what I'm trying to maximize is my confidence and preparedness, of course. So it all matters how much I've studied. There's exams where I haven't studied at all because I didn't need the grades to do well in the course. Last year, was it? Last semester, whenever I took chem, they didn't make you, or they made you take all the exams, but only one of them gets dropped, right? So I took all the exams, and then the last one, I was like, I don't need to take this exam, but they make you show up, otherwise you get a 0 on all the exams or something. I don't even know. No, I think if you don't show up, you get a 0 on that exam, and it can't be used as a drop. So I had to go to the exam, and I just filled out random questions. It was the least confident and least prepared I ever felt on the exam ever. And I actually kind of had anxiety for no reason, just because I was unconfident and unprepared. But typically I don't have much anxiety on exams because I prepare so much. What books have impacted you the most? Again, my books are on my website. Just go take a look. I have them ranked. Although there are some books that I've read that are not on there. I can work on adding them maybe after I am done working today. How do you use Obsidian? I do not use Obsidian. Do you like KFC? No. Yeah, no, I definitely don't like KFC, actually. I was going to give it the benefit of the doubt, but I actually really despise KFC. I'm introducing myself in the readings of Ancient Way of Thought. I'm currently reading Meditations. Yo, Meditations on my bookshelf. That book is fire. I read Meditations a couple years back. I think the book is heavily contrived, but I don't think those are actually his notes and that was actually his life. But nevertheless, Stoicism and Marcus Aurelius and Meditations are great things to study. But then I want to read Plato and the Bible. I think the Bible is going to obviously be the most influential book anyone's ever read in their entire lives. Regardless of if you're religious or not, the Bible is the oldest, coherent, and consistently managed. I don't even know what the word is to say, but it's the most complete piece of text that the humanity has. It's 3,000 years old, 4,000 years old. It is the exact same book that existed back then, as long as you get a good version. So probably don't buy it. Now you get into religious beliefs and you get into interpretation, but there's unbiased derivations like the NRSV, which is one of the copies that I have. But it's the exact same piece of text. They've proven it with the Dead Sea Scrolls. all like literally so many different other pieces of text that have been carbon dated. Every single method of proving the age of anything has been tested and used on the Bible, and it's passed all the tests. Every historian, I mean, that's why when you go to history and you like ask historians what do they study, what piece of text are they interested in, largely you'll find a very, very strong inclination to study the Bible, because it's just undoubtedly proven to be just such a pivotal piece of text in on humanity. So I would say you should definitely read it. How you see the AI market in the next years? I don't know, bro. Things are pretty volatile right now. Did your parents push you to study? No, not at all, actually. Quite the opposite. No, not the opposite. They didn't push me to not study. But they didn't say anything about studying pretty much ever. No, it's the Quran. I think the Quran has compelled a lot of people and has been pretty influential on humanity as a whole, but it's nowhere near as old as the Bible, as consistent as the Bible, and as historically tested by science and by actual objective science than the Bible. So I think the Quran it could be a great piece of text to read. I've also not read the entire Quran, so I can't really speak on it, but I know that it is not on equal footing as the Bible in terms of like just objectiveness. I'm not saying about whether the truth of the Quran or whatever, you can believe whatever you want, but just looking at history, talking to historians, what the overwhelming educational scholarly consensus is, the Bible is usually at the top of the leaderboards. What's your favorite restaurant, fancy and fast food? I don't eat fast food, but fancy restaurant? I don't know, bro. I also don't really go to restaurants that often. I usually cook myself. I go to any restaurant, I don't know. What you listen to? I'm listening to nothing right now. Why do you use ARC? Declare yourself? I use ARC because it's fire. I'm a Buddhist, so I'm starting to faith that knowledge of the ultimate nature of consciousness is unknowable. Yeah. Not consistent how? Alright, bro. Just ask ChatGPT. Like, just go ask ChatGPT. You don't have to ask me. Like, okay, here's just a simple example, a very, very simple example. And this is not, like, these are beliefs. Like, this is challenging belief systems. So if you believe something that obviously counteracts this statement, that is, like, that's not I'm not going to say it's not logical, but it's based in belief. And we're not talking about beliefs. I'm talking just objectively the piece of text and the overwhelming consensus. Right? The Quran mentions the Old Testament and claims that it respects the Old Testament. But the Old Testament that we have today, that exists today, which has been proven by carbon dating, you literally can go down the line with all the different methods that has been proven to be the same exact document as it was 2,000 years ago, contradicts or not, it depends on interpretation, but largely does not agree with what the Quran says about it and then what the Quran builds up on top of it, right? And then the argument is that the belief is that the Old Testament has been changed significantly from the document that is referenced in the Quran, but that's just not substantiated by any actual real evidence. It's just a belief, right? To believe something like that would be to believe that the historians have also been compromised and that the evidence that the historians are using has been compromised. And so it just gets it's too large of a claim to be like reasonably proven with logic. But it's a belief. Like if I'm not saying that the document is incorrect, because a lot of these things are grounded in belief. And so if your beliefs compel you enough, anything can be true. So I'm not talking about whether the document itself is the truth or not, but I am saying that it is less consistent objectively than the Bible. but a little too much Western skepticism. I think everything deserves skepticism. You know, the strongest claims are always the most skepticized. I don't know if skepticized is a word, but I mean, F equals ma wouldn't be fundamental and like so profound and so widely used if it hasn't been tested for all of history. I mean, every single area of physics that you go into will agree with F equals ma because it tried to oppose F equals ma and it failed. Right? I mean, there are like quirks, like there are some systems where F equals ma kind of doesn't uphold, but largely it does, right? So it's a very classic example of how skepticism is warranted, especially for something that claims to be so profound or so fundamental. So skepticism does not imply anything at all. Definitely not consistent or complete. That would be the Quran, probably. All right, I'm gonna not raise my cortisol or get rage baited. But I did just explain what my line of thinking for the statement that I made. How do you get into ML? Did you grind research? I asked a professor to join their research team a long time ago. What do you think is good advice for someone curious about ML and trying to get into ML research? The advice would be heavily dependent on who you are and what your experiences have been. But I would say, and what your like grounded, like what your current level of knowledge is. But I would say, just do what is most interesting to you. If you're curious about machine learning, find the most interesting area in machine learning and just dive deep into it. If you're talking about the Western consensus built on Christian values, of course they would agree with the Bible. Again, I'm not talking about values or subjective, anything that's subjective. I'm just talking objectively, science and history and consensus. Like, I'm not talking about, there's no subjectiveness here. The need to point out Western versus Eastern or any location would imply that it's subjective, and I'm not talking subjectively. So that, of course, is not a counter-argument to what I said. There are plenty of counter-arguments to what I said, but none of them have been raised in this chat. Chess elo depends on the time control, but I'm around 2,000 over the board.
I find that Abrahamic religions are often too appealing to mankind. The whole idea of being able to redeem yourself regardless of what your past is via Christ or Allah seems like a cop-out. I think that's largely a misunderstanding of the religion. Nowhere does it say that irrespective of your past or your ideas and your current self, that you will be redeemed through, what is it? Being redeemed, just being redeemed in general. Yeah, nowhere does it say that. The Bible does say that bringing yourself in alignment with God will help you redeem some of the bad past actions that you may have made. They call it sin. And bringing yourself in alignment with God is absolutely not a cop-out. I mean, you can't even fathom what it means to truly be in alignment with God. If you're in alignment with God, then you don't sin, you don't think of sin, right? Like, if the idea is that God is this benevolent and omniscient being, right? To be in alignment with a benevolent and omniscient being would be absolutely profound, and no human could possibly, the idea is that no human could possibly ever reach that point, right? So the redemption through Christ is that it's okay that you don't reach that point. You don't become a benevolent and omniscient being, because the idea is that humans are not capable of that. And so that is the last step that brings you over to the other side, if that makes sense, right? It's not that you can be super far from God and making all of these decisions that are very, very opposing of God's will, and somehow you're just redeemed and you're just brought all the way over here. That's not the idea. The idea is that you, through your life, consistently move yourself closer and closer and closer and closer, but it is impossible to cover this last gap. This is not possible. Humans cannot be benevolent and omniscient. And so to cover that last gap, you have Christ, or you have some fulfillment that will bring humanity over there, right? So the idea that you can do whatever you want and be redeemed is absolutely nonsense, and is not what is stated in the Bible. In the New Testament, the Old Testament, any sentence in the Bible does not align with that idea, not at all. The idea is that faith in Christ is, of course, a prerequisite, but is not the only requirement. That's ridiculous. So I think maybe there is a misinterpretation there. But again, this is not a religious stream, I guess, although I am religious and I'm incredibly biased, but that is a factual statement that the Bible does not say that you can just do whatever you want and you get caught and you get bailed out. That's not the belief, not at all. The idea, I'm not even going to get into it. There's so much. I could say so much. I have a lot of compelling words that I could actually say that I think would maybe even change your mind or your view or your stance. But, or I guess not change, but could influence how you see these things. And so I'm going to have a stream at some point where I talk about it. Can anyone turn to Christ? Of course. Anyone can turn to Christ. Absolutely anyone. That is absolutely correct. But that does not mean that everything is just I don't even know what the claim is, that you get bailed out of everything. Right? You have to bring yourself in alignment with God. That's a prerequisite in pretty much in any religion. That's a great question. Where does this idea that God was perfect come from? I think it comes from, I don't even know. Okay, well, I guess it might come from the omniscience, right? If you think about a being that knows everything, then that being would have to know all of the correct decisions. And it is kind of counterintuitive that being would make incorrect decisions. And so that's like the point, is that objective morality is not made by humanity, it's chosen by a being that knows all. And so once this being knows all, they define, they have, like, literally, if you know everything, then you, by definition, define objective morality. Because objective morality requires the knowledge of everything. And so the idea, I think, is that if you are the being that defines objective morality, then typically your actions would align with that. I think. I don't know. There's actually, like, that's a deep question, and I think that no religion can truly answer that question. Everyone has, like, these ideas, but the true nature of that question is one to be studied, I think, regardless of who you are. Yeah, the benevolent God. It's actually, like, a very tested idea in philosophy and in history. Many, many people have opposed the idea of a benevolent God. I think Descartes actually did that. Yeah, I don't know where it comes from, honestly. It's a great question. Jesus died for our sins? Okay. All right, fine. We can get into it. All right. This is a story. So there's a story about a king who lived a long, happy Easter. There's a story about a king that lived a long time ago. Right? This king defined in his land a law that said, if you are an adulterer, you will have your right eye cut out. Right? For many years, this king upheld that law. It was defined as justice in this land. Right? The king has a son. This son is inevitably going to take over the throne. When the son's 18 years old, the country gets thrown into war, right? The king is about to die, and the son is going to take over the throne and become the leader of the army. So he needs to be in perfect health to do so adequately and to be able to win the war for the country, for the betterment of the entire country, right? But a week before the king dies, the son commits adultery. Now, the king defined adultery as the punishment for adultery as losing your right eye. But he knows that his son needs to lead this country for the betterment of humanity, or for the betterment of their country, I guess. It's abstracted to humanity in the analogy. And the son, of course, regrets exactly what he did and repents for what he did, but it's not enough, right? The punishment has been set. The law is very clear that the son must lose his right eye. So they take him to court, and the king, he's the judge because he's the king, he looks at his son and he says, my son, the punishment for adultery is your right eye. Regardless of what you do, regardless of what you say, that is what is defined as just. So the king takes a knife, he picks it up, and he stabs himself in the eye. He takes his own eye, right? The son, he knows his son has so much left, has so much use for that right eye, and can better humanity and can better everybody by using his right eye well. So he took his own eye to uphold the law, right? He's not saying, son, go be an adulterer. Every time you do adultery, I'll take my own right eye. He only has one to give, right? If the son commits adultery again, his son will lose his right eye. But he's saying, my son, I understand that you have made a mistake. Justice demands that you pay the toll. Justice demands that something is taken from you for you committing this crime, right? But I am willing to sacrifice a part of myself in order to fulfill this one time. Or, I mean, that's not really what Jesus is saying. It's not just one single time. But, I mean, the story, right, shows the idea of what, like, Christians believe. They believe that there is sin, right? And you are punished for your sin. Regardless of what you do, regardless of what you say, there is a punishment for the sin that you commit. And in order for you not to be punished every single time you commit a sin, something has to happen. And so the idea was that Jesus Christ died so that we don't face the punishments of our sins every single time that we sin. And so you, yourself, you have the opportunity to bring yourself in alignment with God while not facing the punishments of your sin. It actually is kind of counterintuitive, but when you think of the world and you think of life, right, you don't pay the toll for your sin. If I stub my toe and I use the Lord's name in vain, my tongue is not cut out, right? When I get mad and I smack somebody or harm somebody, my hand is not chopped off, right? If I lie or if I poke somebody in the eye, I don't get poked in my eye, right? That is fundamental. We know that you do not face the repercussions of your actions, but you still can choose how you decide to live your life and how you take your further actions, your actions that you take in the future, right? So the idea is the reason that we don't face the punishment every single time we sin, right? Because everyone on this planet has sinned, right? Not every single person on this planet has faced the repercussions for those actions. And that is because Jesus Christ died on the cross, and it gives you an opportunity to not have your tongue cut out, not have your hands cut off, so that you can continue to live your life and bring yourself closer to God and bring yourself in alignment with God. So the idea that you can just do whatever you want and you get free bailout and you get whatever is not a Christian belief. It never was and never will be a Christian belief. That is a misconception on the religion. The idea is that you don't face the repercussions. Like literally look in the mirror, think about every single time you've sinned. You have not been punished for that sin. And Christians say the reason why is because Jesus Christ died on the cross. And so you have the opportunity to live your life without those punishments and to bring yourself closer to God in alignment with God and to have faith in Christ. Right? Because you would not have those opportunities if you were punished every single time you sinned. If I was punished every single time I've ever sinned in my entire life, I would have been killed when I was like 12 years old, right? The payment for my sins would have been death by the age of 12. But that's not the case. Has Jesus also died for your future sins? I mean, just read the text, right? You can't expect me to just continue answering all of these questions about the religion, because maybe I have some incorrect interpretations. Maybe you would make your own interpretations of the text, right? What we do know, or what I believe, is that the Bible is the truth and Jesus Christ is the truth. And so you should study it yourself and make your own judgments, and you will be able to answer all of these questions that you have if you read the text and if you study the religion. Even if you don't want to convert to the religion, you should still study it in order to answer those questions. I'm not religious, but I have friends who are Christian. Yeah, I think that's a really compelling story. I've had to read every religious text. This gets back to what I was saying earlier. I think it's very important that you do read all the religious texts. I think philosophy, the study of mind, the study of life, the study of earth, the study of why we're here, who you are, what your purpose is very fundamental to having a great experience on this planet. And to me, it's really something that I really would love to learn. And so studying every religion would be a prerequisite to that, absolutely. You don't have to believe in all of the religions. No one's ever going to tell you have to believe in every single religion. Obviously, you have this set of religions that are most, or none, that are compelling to you, and you can continue to believe that those are the truth, but you should study the other religions to understand more about this world, because they are religion has entirely shaped humanity as it exists today. So to ignore it, I think, is wrong. Have you studied in Islam? I have studied Islam a little bit. I need to study it much more than I have, though. What are you of the contradictions of the Bible? I mean, that would be a separate conversation. It would be a long conversation. And knowing their historical context, yeah, I think knowing the historical context, I mean, you can't possibly read every piece of text in its respective language, so you're going to have to trust some translations at some point. But if you can, try to study all the languages. That also will be very beneficial for you. A lot of these languages are not easily translated to English. And so the meaning actually differs wildly with translation. So if you want to read the most pure form of the text, I would say, yeah, the inevitable decision would be to read them in the respective languages. Of course, that's not like humanly possible. You can't learn every language on the planet. What do you think of Alex O'Connor? I've seen some stuff on Alex O'Connor. I think he's a pretty smart guy. What are we studying right now? We're supposed to be studying quantum physics, but somehow we got we got taken to a conversation about religion. He does physics, that's correct. Did you know Muslims love Jesus too? I've heard that before, yeah. I've heard that. I know the Quran does mention that Christianity is, or that the Old Testament and some other pieces of text should be respected. But I think the Muslim belief is that the Old Testament that exists today is not the one that existed so long ago. And then also the belief is that Jesus was not God. They believe Jesus was a prophet. I believe they believe Jesus was a prophet, but not God. Christians, of course, would believe that Jesus is God. Thank you, bro. Thank you, E9P, Walt E9, or White, Walter White E9P. We'll say every religion at least attests that the law is real. I will leave it at that to keep it respectful. Yeah, I think there's a large consensus between all religions. I think arguing between the religions is not the most beneficial conversation for humans to have. I think the most beneficial conversation for humans to have is to define this like objective morality. And I think overwhelmingly religions agree on what objective morality is. And so the conversation between the religions is really about interpretations and beliefs opposed to actual fundamental truths. And I would say the more important conversation is to ensure that these fundamental truths are upheld in humanity. And I'm not talking like specifically, because there are very specific things that do differ across religions, but broadly, what is like the common consensus? I think those things, teaching those things is much more important than arguing about little tiny differences. Only like 1,000 languages to go. Wish me luck. All right, good luck, bro. What do you think of philosophy? I love philosophy. It was originally true, but got changed over time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe the text has changed over time. I mean, you have oral traditions, you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, you have carbon-dated documents, a lot of stuff that would say that it hasn't changed. And they all agree with each other, like all these oral traditions largely agree with each other. There's some like little inconsistencies which people do like to point out about the Bible, but the inconsistencies aren't between the Bible in itself. The inconsistencies are between groups of people and their interpretations or understandings of the Bible. But yeah, I don't know. It would have to be. I would look into it though, because if the Bible that I'm reading today is not the true document, I would really enjoy knowing that. But to my understanding, no science really backs up that claim. It's just a belief. My go-tos for philosophy content are Alex O'Connor. Yeah, Alex O'Connor is really good for philosophy. I know he's like agnostic or atheist or something, but yeah, he makes a bunch of great points, even about Christianity, that I've internalized. His an atheist points on Christianity that have been very compelling to me, which is like kind of crazy, but it just goes to show that he studies and does his duties. Lots of sign back up that claim it's not baseless. Gotta look more into it. What claim? What claim are you talking about? What claim? You're talking about the Bible not being the same document that it was back in the day? Yeah, I think largely you can. I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls exist. So I don't understand really that argument. I mean, that's just like one piece of text, like the Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't know. Wait, I'm confused. What are we saying? You can't have even one inconsistency? Well, you can just read like the original documents. The original documents exist today. Like, you don't even have to read the translations or the interpretations. You can read the original documents. That's why I guess I'm a little bit confused. Like, you can compare how current document maybe deviates from the original documents, but like the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, the Codex Vaticanus, the Codex Sinaiticus, these all exist. They're all texts that literally exist like today, that are dated. They're historically proven, like they're scientifically dated back to the original like BC. Like they're literally historic, like actually objectively proven to be the same documents. So that's just the confusion that I have a little bit. Sure, we can argue the interpretations of the Bible, like the King James version of the Bible or some other opinionated piece of text might deviate from these original documents, but you can, if you learn the language, you could read the original documents yourself. I mean, there's even like the Reland's library, right? Like P52, the Papyrus P52. It's dated to 125 CE. What version of the Bible do you use? I use the NSRV. It's the Oxford version. So it's basically historians and scholars, they've come together and read these original documents and tried to translate them into the most unopinionated version. But I mean, there's of course skepticism around this translation as well. So skepticism around everything. But for real, the Bible is a deep topic. Yeah, exactly. We all gotta lock in. Do you go to church? I do. Do you use Forest app? I don't know what that is. Any philosophers you enjoy? I enjoy anyone who's philosophical. I think philosophy is about differing opinions. But I'm going to get back to studying. Can you tell me how it makes you feel? Like, what does church help you with? Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to get back to studying. I can give you, like, a brief answer.
I don't know, I feel like church is mainly about like community. I mean, you can really, if you would like to, you could practice the religion yourself. You don't like, I mean, this gets into interpretation. Some people do believe like you literally have to go to church. But I actually I don't think I would believe that. I think that bringing yourself in alignment with God is the point of the religion. And so, I don't know, I think church is a great use of time, and it's a good way to express yourself in your community. But I don't believe that, like, yeah, I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to get into it. That's a belief in Christianity. I didn't know that. Which belief? That you don't, that you have to go to church? Is that what you're saying? Like, abstractly, the idea in the religion is that that you bring yourself closer to God. You bring yourself into alignment with God. And then, yeah, that's the idea in the religion. So take that as you will. Check the English to Greek translation of it, yeah. I mean, there's no main opinion. It's a personal choice that you would make. It's in the same way in Islam, people have different interpretations of what you must do. Right? So you could believe that those people are wrong, or you could believe that those people are right. But at the end of the day, they all claim to be Muslim, and they all have different points of views. So Christianity is no exception to that. But I'm still in the process of reading the Bible cover to cover. So I don't want to make like any statements that cannot be like that need to be substantiated by text that I haven't read yet, you know? I don't want to say anything that's incorrect. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay, we have 3-1, 3-2. I think actually maybe I might be done with doing physics for today. I think I can get the rest done tomorrow. And I don't. Hold on. I'll be right back. Thanks, bro. I'll be right back. All right, I had to get my laundry out of the laundry machine or out of the dryer and put the. I have another load in the laundry machine. I had to put that one in the dryer. Avukar, bro. It's been a minute. I don't know if you're even still here. But it's good to hear from you, bro. It's low-key been a minute. Okay, I should have some work to do. Let me check Slack. Oh, you know what? I just realized I have like actual homework to do. But it's nothing too crazy. Is that an iPad on the right of the screen? It is. It is an iPad. Okay, let me see what homework I had to do today. I have some stuff like due later in the week that I actually need to log in for. 3 weeks, 5 days. Okay. Oh, 2 days. I thought it was due today. Oh, accepting late submissions? Oh, it was due at 11:59 a.m. Wait, maybe that's a mistake? Why was it due at 11:59 a.m.? Like all the other ones have been at 11:59 p.m. Yo, why is this? Why is my homework assignment late, bro? It's not, is it, bro? Yeah, 11:59 p.m. Yeah, so he must have accidentally typed in the date wrong on Gradescope. Let's do it at 11:59 p.m. I'm not late. I already did this. And then this class I have something due, but it's not due for 3 days. Yo, I was low-key, like, I wasn't really worried, but I was like, yo, getting a late in this class, my grade is already fine in the class, so it wouldn't really matter having one late assignment. It wouldn't make a difference, like, pretty much at all, but would have been unfortunate. Yeah, I think, yeah, bro, this class is I think it's a good course and is well taught and well structured, but the amount of technical difficulties that this class has had is actually insane. What school are you gonna try? Go to University of Illinois or Urbana-Champaign. Was that fast enough or no? Do you need me to speed up with how I said that? I already looked at all this stuff, but I want to actually download it again. What week is this? This is week 5 then? Wait, week 5 quiz automatic 100%? What? Is this the right one? No, it's not week 5, bro. It's like week 11. It's week 10. It's week 10. Yeah, week 5. I go to the University of Illinois, Urbana, Champaign. Alright, I'm doing my other homework right now. I can't stream it, obviously, because it's still hasn't been, it's not due yet. I typically can only stream stuff that's already been like submitted. Just for safety, otherwise I can get in trouble. Why did it do that? Is Arc Browser the meta? I think Arc Browser is pretty fire. I like it. Oh, oops. I'm supposed to get the markdown, not the HTML. Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's fire. It's my go-to browser, so. Is there ad block? Yeah, there's ad block. I haven't seen an ad in like a year. Actually, I've had an Arc longer than that, so longer than a year actually. my computer's exploding. Oh, I didn't even do that one yet. What is the app? Is like Notion or what? The folders? That's my browser. It's Arc browser. It's my browser, bro. Alright, bro, now I don't know which one it is. 9D. Okay. Also have my proposal. They gave me 95. They left some comments. Yeah. my computer's breaking. My computer is breaking, bro. Do you have time to game? I play chess all the time, yeah. And Aidan to agents for WhatsApp. Yeah. If you want to learn like real AI, then you probably have to read some textbooks, take some courses, maybe actually implement or research something of interest, and you'll learn along the way in all of those things. That's what I did, at least. Those are all the methods that I employed to learn. This is gonna take a second, so I might as well start up another question. The next question is 4.31. Dude, the problem is that these are all hard. These are all hard mode questions. So, oh, this one's easy mode though. Because sy equals h bar by 2. Let's see if I know how to take eigenvalues. Let's see if I know how to get eigenvectors and eigenvalues of a matrix, or if I forgot. I haven't done linear algebra in a long time. Okay, so we want obviously a determinant sy minus lambda I, which is going to equal the determinant of this. We pull out the h bar 2. Oh wait, don't you square it? Don't you square it? Aren't you supposed to square if you pull it out of a determinant? I don't remember. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. What is this determinant? AD minus BC, right? That's how you do it? So AD is 0 minus BC. Equals what? Wait, determinant A minus lambda I equals 0? Wait, is that what? Square it? Yeah, you're supposed to... Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. When you pull, like I factored out the h bar over 2, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to square it. Just put in this negative in here. Okay, so negative I squared is negative 1, right? Because you have negative 1 squared, which is positive, and then you have I squared, which is negative 1. Okay. Plus I lambda. Wait, how am I going to do this? This is a complex number. Minus I lambda. Oh, no, it's not. Minus lambda squared. I think you're supposed to square it, bro. Who knows how to take determinants? Your solution can't be complex? Well, I guess it could be. It'd just be annoying. I don't think they would do that to me. Wait, what? I'm doing 4.32 by accident. I was supposed to do 4.31. Yeah, you're supposed to square it. I knew it. Okay, so you have h bar squared by 4. Oh wait, I just realized I did this wrong. It's times the identity. So this is going to be minus lambda minus lambda. Why'd I do... Bro, who's not... Why aren't you guys... You guys should know this stuff. Who's not paying attention, bro? It's plus 1? I think it's plus 1. I think it's lambda plus 1, right? Oh, you know what? You can't pull it out, actually. You have to take it. You're going to have h bar by 2. You have h bar by 2. Because you get h bar squared by 4 here. And this is supposed to be a minus, actually. Wait, what? Why is it not a plus? Oh, because it's minus. There's another minus sign. Yeah, so you get lambda equals plus or minus something. H bar over 2, obviously. Dang, bro. So easy. No, I low-key, actually legitimately did not remember how to do eigenvalues of a matrix. A 2 by 2 matrix. Oh, how far I've fallen. Nah, it's okay, bro. I'm fine, I'm fine. Bro, is it? Being serious? Ow. Okay. I haven't done quantum in 4 years. I don't remember squaring, but I do remember reciprocating, but I could be completely wrong. Yeah, bro, that's how I'm feeling. Literally, bro, when I was doing that just now, I was like, yeah, this could be right or just completely wrong. But it's just simple linear algebra. If you measured SY on a particle in the general state chi, equation 4.139, what values might you get and what is the probability of each? Oh, this is pretty easy. Check that the probabilities add up to 1. No A and B need not be real. So this is just like the example that he gave us. So first let's pull up 4.139. It's given here. We have 4.139. Chi equals column vector. Or it might be a row vector. I don't know which one. I don't know the distinction. Chi plus B chi over. Okay. Where were we? We were saying something about something. We were saying if we measured it in the state SY, so we measure SY equals this. It has spin SY equals that, right? Isn't that what it said? If you measure SY on a particle in the general state chi, what values might you get and what is the probability of each? Check that the probabilities add up to 1. Okay, so look, this guy found a particle with chi, and he said, what are the probabilities of getting this if you measure these two? And so he said here A equals this, B equals this. So for SZ, the probability of plus h bar over 2 is this squared equals 1/3. Wait, what? Why do you do that squared? S, Z, and X. Wait, the probability of Z plus h bar over 2. Oh, I see. And minus h bar over 2 is this. For X, is 1/2 times that. 3 plus I. What? Wait, hold on. What? 1/2 3 plus I? Let's Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien, ¿y tú? on. I see your message. I'm about to respond in a second. I'm trying to do this homework assignment. Okay. You say, this guy says, hola, my chat is not updated. You say, hi, what is your research about with AI? I'm researching vision. I'm doing vision research. Thinking about going to grad school after undergrad? I am thinking about it. Okay. It's time for me to turn in my homework assignment. Exercise 1. Okay, let's make sure that, yeah, it's top of the page, and exercise 3 was also top of the page. Okay, submit. Okay, forward, and I gotta zip this. Downloads, documents, code, school, spring 2026, staff 420, homework 5, compress, nice. Compression, nice. Let's go here, let's go to homework 5. Let's go to resume, to the add file, and we gotta give it a second, it's compressing, so. We're going to be a quant? Yeah, definitely not that. Do you prefer Mac OS over Linux? It depends, bro. Linux is better if you have like, well, in my case specifically, an NVIDIA GPU or something, or you need to work with x86. Windows is the worst. Linux is usually better, but if you're just doing general work, I would say Mac is much better. The largest constraint is Mac is ARM, so a lot of the stuff like CUDA, which CUDA is like underpins a lot of the AI research and stuff. So that obviously can't natively run on Mac OS. And even non-natively, it can't really run on Mac OS. It would be pretty bad to try to get CUDA running on Mac OS. So, or not Mac OS specifically, but ARM, on an ARM processor. So that's usually the main consideration. Other than that, Mac OS is my favorite operating system, without a shred of a doubt. Where do you study? I go to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I think that's what you're asking when you say where do I study. But also like location, like specific location, I study in my room most of the time, or in class. Those are only 2 places I've ever studied this semester, is my room or class. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice. Okay, this is easy. I'll do this tomorrow. What do you hate about Windows? The bloat. It's bloatware, adware, AIware, nonsenseware. No, they just do too much. They do too much for an operating system. But I'll be right back. I can explain more when I get back. Okay, I brought my laundry into my room earlier, like when I said I did, but I didn't like actually. I oriented it now so that it won't wrinkle between now and when I actually put it away. They were just like in a pile for that like 30-minute period, which is not optimal for. It's optimal for wrinkle maxing, which is not what I want. Obviously. Okay, let me get a good... Dude, I like literally can't listen to music. The Philosophy of Plato. Should I listen to that? No, I can't. Then I won't be able to use my brain at the same time. What a conundrum. Okay, let me change my setup. I mean, I can concentrate listening to music. It's just like right now I don't want to listen to music. But I mean, I'm listening to it right now. So. I'm listening to music right now. So I guess I can listen to music. I'm doing work now. Just a couple hours of work before I get off. Then I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. You go to bed right now. You need to go to bed right now. Guess I can listen to music after all. I guess I can listen to music after all, huh? Bro, I saw someone wearing this exact same shirt the other day in Illinois. Maybe even in my apartment. I was really surprised. I was like, oh, that guy ran the New York Marathon too. I forgot where I was. Oh, well. Aiden, do you play video games? Yeah, I play chess. It counts as a video game. It's online, right? Should be a... Missing pieces. That reminds me. I should be listening to country music. What country song should I listen to? Yo, YouTube Music, bro. You're supposed to recommend this stuff for me. Genres, there we go. one of the genres it says for you is Iraqi. What? Iraqi music. I have nothing against Iraqi music. I don't think I've ever listened to that before. Maybe YouTube's trying to make a political statement right now. What the heck? Iraqi music, bro. I'm gonna get canceled, bro. Done for the day? Almost. I'm doing some work. I'm done studying for the day. I'm doing some work and then, yeah, I'm gonna call it a day after that. I'm just gonna put on 7 Summers and see what it plays next. I think that's the best bet. Yo, enjoy living, look at the sun and feel the wind. I've done plenty of that, and I will continue to do plenty of that. It's not necessary right now. What I need to do is work. my friend. Do you have Claude Max? No, I don't. Do you? Do you, sir? Hello? What made you want to make an agriculture startup? We were doing resources we were doing research in agriculture. What's the plan for dinner? Oh, I forgot I have to eat dinner. I was actually not hungry at all. I have food in the fridge though. Yeah, but wait, should I save that food for tomorrow? What is the plan for dinner? I think I'm not gonna eat dinner. I didn't exercise today, so I'm not eating dinner, bro. Maybe we just do like a protein shake with some creatine. Yeah, bro. I did not exercise today. Well, I should exercise tomorrow. But I was actually just thinking to myself that I was gonna start studying at like 5 a.m. And if I do that, I can't work out. Unless I wake up at 4 a.m., which is just insane. I don't know why my viewership was so high today. I was constantly pulling in like 60, 40s. Like right now is the lowest point in the stream. Well, no, not anymore. When it was just at 27. That was the lowest point in the stream since like when it started. Just crazy. I can't believe I like actually have viewers, bro. When I first started streaming, like it was just like me. Like, it was just me in there. And Rob. Bro, you guys don't know Rob, he's a mod. He literally barely ever shows his face anymore. But he's an OG. Like he's literally my first ever viewer. He helped me a lot. The books that I recommend for deep learning and pattern recognition and machine learning, he recommended those books to me. Like 4 years ago, 3 years ago. For some reason, YouTube says all my streams are from 1 year ago. It says my oldest stream is from 1 year ago. What's the date on this? 2024? I guess it hasn't been 2 years yet. Wait, crazy that it's only been 2 years, bro. I've actually learned like a considerable amount of information in 2 years. Wait, that's kind of crazy, actually. Hey, that's me, bro. You're welcome. Nah, bro. Rob is a mod. I do know someone named Mikey. He's also OG. He's in the Discord. Wait, it is crazy how far I've come in a year, bro. People always say that, but I'm like, oh no, it was a long time ago. But my oldest stream hasn't even been 2 years ago yet. Like, it still says 1 year on YouTube. Like, bro, you realize how little knowledge was in my brain back then? Like, I was like doing Calc 1, bro. I was doing Calc 2 and like, bro, I didn't even know what an LLM was. I just knew about AI. I knew AI existed, but I didn't know what an LLM was or anything. I didn't know what a transformer model was. I thought a transformer model was a black box that no one understood. I like legitimately used to think that because people were like, oh, AI is a black box. So I was like, oh wow, this transformer model is like this magical thing that no one understands. But transformer model is very, very well defined. It's the nodes or like the embedding space and the representations that are kind of abstract to humans, but we can still interpret them. Oh no. crazy how far you can come in just a year. Yeah. Intermediate fast, intermittent fasting. I think inadvertently most people intermittent fast just when they sleep. I don't know what the criteria is. I think it's 12 hours counts as like an intermittent fasting. I do though, pretty much. I don't eat. Well, I try not to eat close to bedtime, and then I don't eat right early in the morning. So most of my eating happens between like 8 a.m. and maybe like 7 p.m. And I never eat past. Well, not never. I mean, if I would go out to eat or something, or I'm with family or whatever, then I'll eat later. But I typically never eat past 7 p.m. No, it's chill, bro. I knew what you meant. No disrespect, bro. I mess up words all the time. Well, I mean, it sounds like you didn't even mess it up, but I do mess up words all the time, unrelated to whether you messed up the word or not. Apparently there's a bug on prod, but I don't have this bug, so I don't know how I'm supposed to replicate it. Let me check. Bro, what is this? Yeah, it doesn't happen for me. I don't know what the problem is. What's that? What are you doing? Where are you going?
Just got back from Muay Thai. I have a whole bunch of stuff here.
I'm about to end in a second. You wanna grab food?
Where? Well, I have a lot of food I need to make in my crib though.
Oh wait, it's Sunday. I can't spend any money. I forgot.
This guy. I'll be right back.
Alright. Aiden, do you still play hockey? I actually left my gear at home, so pretty much no. I did play when I was over break though. I played a lot over break actually, almost every day. It's really fun actually. But I don't play competitively anymore now. Ever since I played for my university, which was last year, I haven't played. You graduating at undergrad a full year early? Yep. That sounds about right. This should work. Yeah, okay, good. That looks good. Alright, let me check this and then I'll respond. I think there's something in chat that I need to respond to. Okay, but there might be a problem here. Okay, what's your opinion on AGI? I think AGI will happen at some point. The timeline, I think, is very undetermined. I think breakthroughs in science are what is necessary for AGI to happen, and breakthroughs like that do not follow strict timelines. So I would be reluctant to believe anybody who gives you a timeline on AGI, especially if they're biased towards, their company or something. They have something to gain from AGI happening quicker. Okay, he left. He was not supposed to leave, but I'm not done yet. I'm not done working yet, so I guess I don't have a choice. He was not supposed to leave. We were supposed to hang out, bro. No, it's true. I gotta go to bed. I just received a really nice comment on one of my YouTube videos. Appreciate it. Bro, I'm like the opposite of rage baitable. I'm not rage baitable, bro. You can say whatever it is that you want. Whatever desires you have, you can go ahead and pursue those desires. It will not change my mental state. It will not raise my cortisol. I just watched the start of the stream. That was tough. Yeah, the start of the stream was fire. Thought it was very important. Dude, if I started clipping my streams and making like short form content out of them, I guarantee I could increase my traction on YouTube. But I actually like legitimately thought about that, and I think it's a terrible idea. I don't want to be famous, bro. I like really don't want to be famous. I feel like it's just such a drag. And even then I wouldn't be like famous, but like I don't want to be like known on the internet. Like at a high level. Wait, what happened? Someone deleted their messages. I actually was gonna read those. Oh, maybe Mod deleted them because you're spamming. Do you use multiple workspaces on Mac OS or just one? I don't know if they're called desktops or workspaces. I use multiple. I have 5 open on my main monitor, and then the 6th one is on this monitor, and then the 7th one is on my laptop. What is a Linux distribution you'd recommend? Anything Arch or Debian. But my favorite distributions are, of course, Arch and then Ubuntu. My number 1 is Arch, number 2 is Ubuntu. Number 3 might be like Fedora or something. I mean, I've never used those. I've only used Ubuntu and Arch. Arch is my number 1 though. I don't see a distribution that can really compete with Arch. The only way is like if you need a specific use case, like okay, like yeah, you should go use Kali Linux or go use something else that's very specific to your use case. But generally, I think Arch number 1 overall. If you get Arch install, people are always like, oh, it's so hard to install Arch. Arch install is so easy. If you can't figure out Arch install, like you shouldn't be on. No, let me stop. But yeah, Arch install. Super easy. Arch is fire. I love Arch. Cold email game for reaching out to labs. Oh no, I do not have cold email game. I guess I did cold email successfully freshman year or sophomore year, whatever year that was, but yeah, I don't usually cold email, bro. I'm not the best for advice on cold emails. My cold emails, I didn't even write anything. Like I didn't have any sort of guides or anything when I wrote mine. I just wrote what I felt. And I displayed my character traits. I displayed my experience, I displayed my desires, and crossed my fingers. Nah, but in all seriousness, I would say probably these are non-negotiables that need to be in your cold email is quick information about you. So this is like your character traits, very quick. Don't like be like, oh, I'm the type of person who does this or this. Like just clearly display your character traits through actions, because they're gonna skim over your email, so it needs to be grounded in actions. In the same like excerpt, you need to have like some of your experience, maybe some accolades or achievements, and then talk about what you want to do with the person, and then talk about why they should pick you for the whatever you're cold emailing for. It's pretty much what I said in my email, but ChatGPT will tell you the same thing. I mean, I would be lying if I said I didn't use ChatGPT in some way to help me write pretty much every email that I've ever written, actually. Like legitimately every email I've ever written, I've actually used ChatGPT to help me write it. I don't take shame. I don't think there's supposed to be shame in that. Okay, I need to test this feature. I'm gonna have to mute to test this feature. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the feature works pretty well. For a second, I thought you didn't like Ubuntu. No, I like Ubuntu, bro. Yeah, I like Ubuntu. How do you manage using the multiple windows? When using them on Windows, you can open a new tab of the app just by clicking it, but on Mac OS, you've moved to the old window. No, they fixed that. It opens it now. When I open a new window, it will open, like when I click an app, like if I click Finder, it'll open a new window in my current display. They call them desktops. Yeah. It's working, bro. What is going on? I don't know why it does that. For some reason. It's only during development that it does that. What was that? Okay. Alright, this works pretty well. This feature that I just wrote, or well, I fixed, is basically fixing two features that already worked that I broke. Works pretty well. Okay. How do you, oh yeah, I already said that. Cool, thanks for the info. Yeah. I like, I like Mac OS a lot, bro. I think it's the most goated. It's the most goated OS, bro. It's like I don't know how to click keys on the keyboard. Okay. The last thing I wanted to say was, or the last thing I wanted to put. It's so slow. It's fine. Okay, we checked. We verified everything. Let's just push it. Wait, what? Oh. Failed? I failed a test? Test, post, then immediate state return snapshot with pending. Got an unexpected keyword argument. Oh, okay, we need to fix this test. Where's the actual error? Have a good one, bro. I'm gonna study more and go to bed. Alright, see you, bro. I'm about to end too. Do farmers really need AI chatbots? They don't necessarily need AI chatbots, but they probably will benefit from having AI implemented in a lot of their workflows. So, it depends on what you want. If you want to expose through a chatbot, I guess you can. But no, I would agree that they don't just need like a ChatGPT alternative, right? Because ChatGPT exists. The back end is safe to just commit instantly. What else did I do? That was it, actually. No, I really have to add each one of these files individually. We can open pull requests for both the front end and the back end. And then we're gonna have to re-spin up. Wait, can I get the branch to not track GitHub anymore? Is that possible? No. Yeah. So once I close this pull request, it's gonna close my branch, my DB branch, whatever. Let's make a pull request to the front end, make a pull request on the back end. Okay, I have to wait for both of those checks to finish. It's hard for me to imagine agriculture needing AI besides systems that involve computer vision or manual labor. Well, then you need to broaden your imagination. Agriculture, well, it is probably hard to see from the outside looking in, but agriculture is filled with a bunch of stuff that can either be automated entirely by AI or substantially, substantially increase the efficiency of farmers' abilities to do those tasks. So some quick things are FSA documentation. FSA documentation takes like a week. It should really take 30 seconds, right? Marketing, they have to do marketing. So, for example, checking the basis prices at local elevators. The basis price changes dramatically, very, very quickly and very often. You could lose, depends on your scale, but you could lose thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars depending on what price you sell per bushel, right? And so you need to track, what is the market? These are updated per second, by the way, basis prices. What is the market like right now? And is the basis going to go up in the future? If it's not going to go up, then I need to sell now. If it's going to go up, then I should sell later, right? That can be easily modeled by artificial intelligence or completely. You don't even need to make a model. You could actually just ask an LLM and it will be able to tell you okay, sell now. Also things there's so much that AI can do. I've seen in applications where they get forecasting data along with soil data, along with... Oh, is my phone dead? I don't know why this is doing this. Forecasting data along with soil data. And other, it's so many different ways. Ask ChatGPT all the ways AI can be used in agriculture, and it'll tell you. Only your imagination is the only bottleneck. You're either too your vision of what AI is either too small, or your understanding of the agriculture space is too small. Those are the two typical things. People typically think AI just means some stupid LLM that knows how to regurgitate text like a human does. But in practice, AI corresponds to many, many, many things. Computer vision, though, is a very standard use of AI in agriculture, and computer vision is actually very helpful. But you'd be surprised by how many documents farmers have to write that could be completely written by AI. Managing contracts. Why would a human need to manage contracts for all of their farms or all of their fields? There should be an AI system that knows everything about their farms and all about their fields and is able to make decisions and provide insights into those contracts without the need for without the need for a farmer to manually do it themselves. Literally your imagination is the only thing that could scope what AI can do in agriculture. For crypto and investments too, yeah, they do use AI for that. It's the same underlying principles. No suit today, no. Not today. I was doing my laundry today. You're deeply into C++ robotics, embedded systems. It's fire, bro. Continue the good work. Trying to edit settings, I get redirected to the chat pane. I don't understand. He says maybe it's only on mobile. What is going on? Yeah, it's working for me. I don't understand. Strange. Do you have a Discord server? I do in the description. Look in the description. There's a Discord there. Okay, I just deployed my changes to QA. Now all that's left is for me to test them. Dang, bro, it's too fast for me to even see. Okay, I'm pushing this to production. Wait, can someone? I need to open this pull request and see what's going on here. Wait, let me make sure that's correct. Let me test QA here. Alright, I really gotta go end stream. Especially if I want to get up early in the morning. Yes, it does work. Bro, why are there so many bugs, bro? There's another bug in the UI. But I'm not fixing it right now. Even though it's really simple to fix. But they're really minor UI fit bugs, so it's like, I don't care. And no one will care. I don't think anyone will even hit these besides for developers. Alright, yeah. I'm going to end stream, so goodbye. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'm going to try to stream as early as possible tomorrow morning. Peace. Happy Easter. Happy Resurrection Sunday. Happy Sunday. Happy first day of the week. Happy April 5th. Remember... Well, actually, just rewatch the first part of the stream. Just rewatch the intro of the stream. I was going to give you advice, but just rewatch the intro of the stream. And follow me on Instagram if you want. Goodbye.